been a complete breakdown in corporate governance within RTE, that public confidence in how things are dealt with has gone down the chute, that the credibility has gone by the wayside, and the public are of the opinion that it's all down to a select few, the top brass of RTE. Now, what we're talking about here is secret payments of 345,000 that went undisclosed. Now, you can understand why there was over 200 staff out protesting, and their anger was palpable. But we now know from Dee Forbes' statement that the payments for 2020 and 21 were negotiated over months with senior RTE executives in the financial and legal positions, as she stated. But your statement of yesterday said that there was only one person that really had all the information. And I think it's clear that it goes way beyond Dee Forbes, that one person was the only person with all of this information, and it's not credible, and the public wouldn't swallow it, and neither will we. And to be honest, your statement yesterday leaves more questions than answers. Dee Forbes had said that the reason for setting up the commercial top-up with Ryan Tubridy was to retain his services, but she never explained why there was a need to hide them in the accounts, hide those payments in the accounts. So I suppose my first person I'd like to just ask a few questions of would be the commercial director, Miss O'Leary. You had full knowledge of the secret deal when you were asked to raise the invoices and the commercial top-up that was going to be hidden in the accounts. And you negotiated the Renault side deal. You were the person who agreed with Ryan Tubridy's agent that the invoices would be paid through the barter account, and you actually organised those payments through the barter account. Why, can I ask?
Well, the first thing I'd like to say to the room is that I'm here to answer any questions I can in relation to my involvement here, and I commit to doing so honestly and truthfully. I think, if I may, I would just like to give the context.
Well, no, I'd just like you to, time is of the essence
okay,
here.
Well,
so why was...
What I would like to say is that I was not involved in the construction of the commercial deal. I was not in the room. I was not part of the negotiations. When the negotiations had been done, I was advised by the then CFO and the Director General that there was a commercial element being introduced to this multi-annual talent deal. This was the first time anything like this had come to me, but I was not in the room. I did not construct the deal. What I was asked to do was to find a way, firstly with the commercial partner, to see whether we could restructure the existing deal with them, and that on instruction, I represented to the commercial partner.
Right. And at that stage, it was yourself that agreed that the invoices would be paid through the barter account?
No.
So you didn't?
No, that's separate, Deputy. So in year one, the sponsorship deal was restructured, and the talent.
We're talking year 2 and 3. Year 2, payments
year,
of
year 2 and 3 had nothing to do with Renault. It's important.
No, yeah. The payments I'm talking about.
Year 2 and 3
payments, 150,000 payments.
Yeah. So year 2.
Did you agree with Ryan Tubridy's agent that they would be paid through the barter account? Is my question.
In year 2, I had no involvement. There was no payment, and in year 3, I was advised by the Director General that there was pressure to pay. There was outstanding amounts. I didn't at the time understand that they were underwritten by RTE, and I was asked to liaise with Noel Kelly management to raise the invoices to the barter account.
Through the barter account.
Yes, I was.
You were asked by Dee Forbes.
Yes, I was.
You didn't raise concerns about that as the director.
Well, what I understood and what has come out in the Grant Thornton report is that there wasn't a budget available elsewhere. This money is linked to commercial campaigns, therefore sits primarily in the commercial department, and she wanted to use that account. Okay,
was it yourself who advocated that those payments be made or listed as consultancy fees?
That is a question, Deputy, that I cannot answer because I cannot remember the precise detail. What I remember most of all...
You'd have notes, surely, would you not?
What I remember most of all in early 2020 was the urgency, 22, sorry, apologies, was the urgency to raise these invoices, and that was what I remember.
So you remember the urgency, but I mean, that's not a small matter to have those payments come under consultancy fees. I mean, many would say that that's misleading. It's inaccurate accountancy, even fraudulent accountancy. Many would be of the opinion that to put it under consultancy fees. I mean, how could you forget something like that?
No, I'm not saying
You can't remember. How could you not remember something like that?
I can't remember the detail of the wording of the invoices, and I've said that
But
consistently.
whoever processed those invoices and put them through their barter account as consultancy fees, that would have been yourself.
That would have been my office.
That's right.
Yes.
So you're right. Okay.
Office, yes.
In relation to the 80,000 paid in fees to the facilitator, who was that paid to? Was it the talent agent?
Oh, sorry, Deputy, which 80,000?
The 80,000 in fees paid to the facilitator of the deal.
I'm not sure what that refers to.
Can we come back to us on that, maybe?
Oh, sorry, apologies. Okay, the way barter works is that the accounts are 50% cash and 50% credits. The arrangement with the barter account, which is standard for media companies here and internationally, is that you build up the credits over time. If you choose to cash them out at the end of the year, the rate is 0.65.
But who was it paid to? Was it the talent agent?
No, it was the barter agency. That's the commission rate.
Sorry?
The barter agency in the UK who raised the invoices, that is the commission rate at which they operate.
And they were working on behalf of?
Well, that's just their standard commission rate. So we asked them to raise the invoices. We put them in touch with NKM, and they raised the invoices. So the standard terms and conditions with that account is that
right, and
it's 0.65.
Were those fees to pay for the agent that negotiated Ryan Tubridy's pay deal?
As I understood it at the time, the payments were to the talent via their agent.
Right, so it was. That's the case, yeah. That was a long-winded response. Just in relation to the new Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Collins, you had said that you weren't involved in negotiating the contract that was done, but it was concluded by you. Am I correct in saying that?
The contract was my only involvement in I joined RTE in...
Yeah, we know that, but just time is of the essence.
The contract had been substantially concluded. The only involvement I had in the contract was in terms of payment terms in the main contract as to Mr. Tubridy's fee, how it would be paid
so
over the year.
So you didn't have a problem with those payments being listed as Chief Financial Officer, as those payments being listed as consultancy fees?
I wasn't involved in that.
No, but afterwards, when you
I
did...
didn't
well,
know
was it
them.
concluded prior to you starting as Chief Financial Officer?
So those payments happened after, they happened in 2022.
Yes, but was the deal concluded, done and dusted, prior to you taking up your position or just after you took up your position?
The actual main contract, I believe, was signed. I didn't sign the main contract, it was signed.
But no, my question was it concluded before you took up your position?
Well,
that's a yes or no.
Referring to the Grant Thornton report and the statement from the board yesterday, which has examined all the documentation around this, it appears the deal was concluded after I took it.
After you took it. So you didn't have an issue either with...
I wasn't involved.
No, but you didn't, as Chief Financial Officer, you didn't say, hold on a second, that's gone in there as consultant fees when the world, when we know that this is a top-up payment to Ryan Tubridy. And you, as Chief Financial Officer, didn't say, hold on, that's incorrect accountancy.
No.
That's not right.
Yeah, no,
why would you let that go?
No, that's not what happened.
Why would why did you not call out the concealment of those fees going into a barter account under the heading of consultancy fees? Why, as Chief Financial Officer, would you let that go?
I wasn't aware of what they related to. I wasn't involved in
would
processing.
you stop?
No, I wasn't
involved. You didn't ask. Chief Financial Officer didn't ask.
You've got to understand the barter account was under the control of the commercial division. It sat outside of finance, and the Director General obviously took a close interest in this barter account.
Okay.
These transactions were processed through the barter account without any involvement.
You'd no oversight of that at all?
No oversight, no involvement in processing or approving.
Okay.
I know you've been...
A couple of minutes, yeah.
A minute is the most I can give.
Two more questions.
And sorry, just to finish out, they only came on my radar when they were raised as an issue by the auditors in March 23. So I knew nothing.
Oblivious to it.
Yes,
oblivious to it as Chief Financial Officer. Okay. Right. You were before the Public Accounts Committee in January 22 and the Director General Dee Forbes had stated to the members of the Oireachtas Committee that the reduction in the pay salaries for the top earners had been achieved, right? Now we know that in Ryan Tubridy's case that that wasn't correct, to say the least. Right? You sat there and you didn't correct that as Chief Financial Officer. You let that slide. Why was that?
Because I didn't know.
You what?
I mean, I didn't know.
So you didn't, right, so you didn't know that this commercial deal was done with Ryan Tubridy. Is that what you're saying? You had no idea, because that's not what you said a few minutes ago.
No, I didn't have the full extent of the deal.
But you knew he wasn't being paid in jelly tots. You knew there was money being handed over. So you knew when those figures were published of the salaries that in Ryan Tubridy's case that figure was not correct.
No,
and you sat there and said nothing. One final question.
No, I didn't know that. Sorry, please let me answer that, because I didn't know that. Finance report the published earnings of the top talent, but we can only report what we know and what we're told. If we're not given all the information, or information is concealed or misled from us,
so the person sitting beside you didn't give you that information.
No,
is that what you're saying?
No,
she concealed it from you.
I'm not.
Well, that's what you're
I'm not
saying.
using those words.
Yeah, but that's what they're my words.
It wasn't discussed. We
it
did
was
not
concealed
have a discussion.
from you. Yeah.
Well, she didn't.
Yeah, she didn't. So
this deal was constructed by a different person.
Yeah. But this person beside you was involved in negotiating that deal, putting it through the barter account
it wasn't
and everything
her
else.
job
The whole
to brief me on
the
deal.
It wasn't her job to brief you, right? Okay.
Just
in relation to one final one, the 2017 and the 2019 payments. Dee Forbes claimed that she never knew about the 120,000 payments. So who signed off on that?
There was no 120,000 payments.
There was 50, 50 and 20.
Yeah, what it was look, again,
who signed off on it?
This was an adjustment that was made to the figures. Basically, in short, Ryan Tubridy was due a loyalty bonus at the end of his contract of 120,000. That was never paid, was never accrued for in the accounts, but for an unexplained reason, that 120,000 was credited against his earnings in the previous, between 2017 and 2019. That's under investigation at the moment by Grant.
Yeah, but who signed off on it? I mean, you would know as Chief Financial Officer who signed off on it.
No, I didn't sign off on it.
Who signed off on it, I said?
Well, on those earnings.
I mean, look, we had said, and to the Chair of RTE, to the Chair of the Board, we had said that when we invite these witnesses, we want the questions answered truthfully. Now, the question is, who signed off on that deal?
Well,
who knew about it?
Okay, who signed off on it was the Director General and the CFO at the time.
Okay, and that's to conclude, Deputy Munster. I have to move on.
3 days after I joined RTE. I hadn't taken up the CFO role at that stage.
I have to move on.
Just have one very short final question.
30 seconds.
Just in relation to, I think it's for Anne O'Leary. Just curious as to how it took up 6 years for those payments to be identified. That's very strange, is it not?
Well, I have a meeting as the Chair of Audit and Risk. I have a meeting every year with the auditors, but I can only then query them on the matters that they arise. We have a standard number of questions about accruals, about payments, about process. I ask them every year, and every year they've been saying that there was nothing to report. And then this year they did.
And who was that was saying there was nothing to report?
Sorry, Deputy Munster, I am going to have to cut you off there. I'm sure you can appreciate I did give as much latitude as possible. I really did. Senator Shane Cassis, the floor is yours and you've got 10 minutes.
Thanks very much. Mr. Lynch, first of all, just on governance. How did you allow one man and his agent become bigger than RTE? Because one man who was refusing to take a pay cut in the real sense, and to appease him, RTE ran off to find someone who would pay him and then pretend to everyone that he was taking a pay cut while secretly making up to him, channeling money from a sponsorship deal. And as a result of this man and his agent being bigger than RTE through the side deal have now jeopardised the reputation, the integrity and the trust with the public. Was he worth it?
Just to answer that, I mean, firstly, just to say I'd like to apologise on behalf of the Exec Board for what is a clear breach of corporate governance, for lack of transparency. I think when you go to the substantive issue of what has occurred here, and I have looked at this over the last 7 days, the Chair has asked me to stand up and be the Deputy Director General. In terms of this particular arrangement, commercial deal, the guarantee and the underwriting of it is absolutely critical. So on May the 7th, 2020, a guarantee was verbally given in relation to the fact that if the sponsor fell out, that RTE would pay Ryan Tubridy. And that is the sort of significant thing at the centre of this. In that instance, and when that did occur, RTE should have declared Ryan Tubridy's earnings.
Okay. On that, because the statement says that you were aware of elements of the deal. Now, regardless of what bits you knew, the bottom line is that you and others knew that there was a deal. And so you knew in reality that Ryan Tubridy was being compensated for the pay cut that he wasn't taking. Now, it may have been legal, but do you not think that at the time that was against the spirit of things, when everyone else was taking a pay cut within the organisation? Do you not think that was sly, deceitful, fundamentally dishonest of RTE management? Were you okay with that? And why did you or others who had elements of knowledge of the deal, why did you not bring that to the attention of the board?
Yeah, so in terms of this deal, what I was aware of in early 2020, so in my role as Director of Audience Channels and Marketing, I would be responsible for the number of hours that Ryan Tubridy does on television. So any query that would come to me would be in relation to how many broadcast hours as it applies to his contract. In this particular conversation, in this particular situation, should I say, there was a suggestion that Ryan Tubridy could do less hours and that there was an off-air time of about 11:30. In terms of what I was aware of in relation to the commercial agreement was that there were to be 3 events, subject to finding a commercial sponsor, obviously, because there had to be a relationship between Ryan Tubridy and the commercial sponsor. So if that relationship didn't occur, then Ryan Tubridy would not be paid money from the commercial sponsor.
And in respect of that deal, because we've seen then other payments in respect of the hosting of these public events, were you aware of this as well in terms of the full aspects of it?
No.
And nobody was aware of that other than the DG?
I had absolutely no awareness of how this deal was operationalised in terms of where it was paid from or the relationship with the client. No.
Given the fact that we don't have Dee Forbes before us and we don't know whether we ever will, and the statement from yourselves yesterday stated that the construct of the deal, as Ms O'Leary has said, was with her. Can we have a scenario where documents pertaining to this deal are going to be published so that the public can have full transparency in respect of it?
Yeah, I think one thing you need to remember in terms of this is that when we discuss the construction of the deal, what happened here was it comes back to the underwriting of this arrangement, because RTE should never underwrite a commercial agreement and in relation to a talent to say that they will pay out of public funds to that talent. So that is what then led to incorrect figures being published, completely lacking in transparency and a complete breach of corporate governance.
Okay, why were the payments to Mr Tubridy anonymised as consultancy fees in the barter account, and is that a breach of accountancy rules?
I've looked at the Grant Thornton investigation into these payments, and within that, it's not identified who initiated this idea of consultancy services. That's not clear or identified.
Okay, well, let's get down to the influence of third-party agents in RTE and the construction of deals, because the influence of one man who seems to have had more power than anyone else at the negotiating table, the real DG as he was nicknamed. On the 19th of December 2019, we have for the first time the references to the facilitation of this tripartite deal. 19th of December, so Santi comes 6 days early for the boys. Why were RTE so afraid of a presenter and his agent? And had you seen evidence of a higher offer? Was there someone else in this small Irish media market promising to pay him over €500,000? That one man was able to command effectively pay increases when everyone else was taking a decrease?
Yeah, so I wasn't involved in these negotiations, so I was aware of the sum of money if a commercial partner could be found.
Okay, but my question is in terms of the influence of third-party agents within RTE. The ordinary rank and file. When I saw the journalists that were assembled yesterday on the steps of Montrose, reporters, researchers who spoke about freelancers, who wouldn't be even on a fraction of what the top-up money that this man was on. I'm on about the influence of agents that can negotiate deals in a tiny Irish media market worth in excess of $500,000.
Yeah, I think again, when you look at, and I've reviewed some of the correspondence around this, the agent was particularly focused on getting a guarantee, which there is no record that outside of the verbal agreement that this was provided, and the legal position was it shouldn't be provided.
Is there a monopoly there with Mr. Kelly in terms of negotiating deals involving taxpayers' money? Is there any in terms of the impact of this within RTE?
Again, I would say, I mean, you know, each person who's represented by Mr. Kelly has a right, you know, to represent representation if they so wish. So, as an agent, he is going to derive the best bargain he can get for his clients.
The RTE statement yesterday is obviously based on a trail of documents over the last few months on documents and emails that were discoverable. But can you guarantee me, Mr. Lynch, that you were never part of a conversation, a verbal exchange, a chat in the corridor with Dee Forbes or others regarding this side deal that allowed Ryan Tubridy's sponsorship deal be underwritten by RTE?
100%.
And in terms of those, because obviously you have stated that it was a verbal arrangement, have you made inquiries? Because obviously the suspension of Dee Forbes last week has removed one person from that process.
Yeah, correct.
Siún, may I ask you, in respect of the suspension of Dee Forbes, did you have a conversation with her before that suspension?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, and so in terms of setting out to her why she was being suspended, can you tell me what you said to her in that respect?
Well, a formal letter went out to her.
Indeed. You can appreciate that the suspension of that person has removed the one witness as well, effectively, from this process and trying to find out what has happened, because the RTE statement yesterday is obviously squarely putting the blame on one person.
Well, actually, the suspension was whilst a disciplinary procedure was happening. So it's the resignation that puts her outside of this. So there was a process in train up until the point of her resignation. On Monday, there was a process in train where it was put to her what was wrong here, and the process had started in relation to engaging. We had set up a third-party intermediary to run that. We had set up also a subcommittee of the board specifically to deal with this disciplinary procedure.
Okay. Mr. Lynch, this morning we heard that Ryan Tubridy is out of contract, something which he has actually since rejected, and that new contract negotiations are now paused. Is Ryan Tubridy going to be back on the air in RTE?
At the moment, obviously, for editorial reasons, it's impossible for Ryan Tubridy to be back on air.
And do you envisage him coming back on air in the long term?
Again, I would just say for editorial reasons, he is not on air at the moment.
Okay. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Senator Cass. Senator Micheál Carrahy, the floor is yours and you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Over the last couple of years, us as members have done a significant amount of work with the Online Safety Media Relations Bill, putting in submissions to the future of media. And one of the points in the future of the media, it stressed that over 70% of the public have trust in our public service media versus 30% odd on social media. And the reality is that has been damaged over the last week. And I feel, and I know Robert Short is here as a staff representative, I feel for a lot of the staff within RTE, those that are not in the 100+ people that are in management positions on over 100,000 a year in an organisation of just over 1,000 people. I don't think there's any company in Ireland that would have figures like that. The CFO basically said that the barter account was underneath the control of the commercial division. But Mr. Leary, you said today you can't remember who suggested first to use this. But can anybody here remember who suggested it?
Sorry, that's not what I said. I was clear. What I said I wasn't clear about was the description on the invoices. What I can say categorically is that the decision to use the barter account was made by the Director General.
Right. Right. Are there any other of the top 10 earners within RTE on some similar deals?
As I said at the outset, this was the only time I've ever been across any element of a talent deal, and I've been in RTE for quite some time, and to my knowledge, none have ever come through the commercial department before this.
Thank you. As a committee also, it's under our remit to nominate people to the board. And roughly 18 months ago, this committee, after a long process, nominated a person by the name of Larry Bass to the role on the committee, which was basically rejected by the RTE board. Was it a case that he wasn't wanted on the board because he might ask the pertinent questions? And do you feel as a board in your various positions, because me looking at it and reading the information and the statements that we've got, it's a case of really throwing the outgoing DG under the bus. Are you fit for your positions? And was it a case that Larry Bass, who was an extremely experienced person in media, and that was the reason he was put forward by this committee, pushed back from RTE, we felt he was the right person for the job, that would ask the pertinent questions within the organisation, but the very first meeting he went to, he had to resign because of the way he was dealt with. Is that the case?
So that wouldn't be a matter for the executive board?
Any comments?
I didn't join the board until November last year, so I don't know what happened there. I can't comment on it.
Well, Mr. Bass was nominated by this committee under his role of putting forward a member. We were basically told by the RTE board that he wasn't wanted, yet we put him forward because, as I say, we felt he was the pertinent person. But as you know, and it's in the public, that he resigned at the very first meeting. So it's a case of maybe the person that would ask the pertinent questions that might have uncovered some of these dealings that have taken place wasn't wanted by RTE.
Can I just remind you to stay within the remit of the agenda for today?
Yep,
Thank
apologies.
you.
No, just regard to the auditors, and it has been mentioned that it turned up in an audit report in 2022. Who are the auditors, and why did these figures not show up prior to 2022, the dealings and the figures within 2017 to 2019?
So the auditors are Deloitte. The reason that the 275s in the barter account didn't show up until 2022 is because they weren't paid until 2022, and it was picked up in the general course of the audit as to what this was. So that's the reason.
But the figures relating to 2017 to 2019, I'm sure them accounts were audited, but nothing was ever brought to your notice, or was something brought to your notice, or the previous board that wasn't dealt with?
As I said in the opening statement, the process where we were validating that all the figures were correct after discovering this, after the Grant Thornton report was issued to us, I requested that we look further back to make sure this hadn't happened before. And it was in that process that we discovered in validating the figures that were paid to what was published to the Oireachtas in terms of the top 10 earners, did not agree in the case of Mr. Tubridy's salary. So that happened only a week ago. And as a result of that, the Audit and Risk Committee have now engaged again with Grant Thornton. The terms of reference were agreed by the board. Grant Thornton are in the building today, and they're conducting the work, and they're confident they will have that completed within the 4 weeks.
Just my question is, should this have been shown up in the audits for those years by your auditors?
Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. Just to clarify, the figures in the published annual report are correct. So it's the difference between the figures in the published annual report and what was published in terms of the list of top 10 earners. That's where the issue is. There was a reduction in Mr. Tubridy's line that's incorrect. Is that explained?
Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah. I suppose just in relation to the invoices which were generated by NK Talent Agency. First of all, the figures shouldn't have been underwritten. But second of all, I don't think during COVID, and I know the person isn't here to defend himself, but the talent agency should not have invoiced the organisation for them figures during COVID, when hundreds of thousands of people actually, companies closed, people were out of their jobs, people were on COVID payments, and yet they felt, and Ryan Tubridy felt it necessary, that he should still get his money, despite the fact that due to the downturn in the economy at the time, because of COVID and the closure of businesses, that he should still get his money's worth, as he felt himself. So I think that needs to be highlighted too. I don't believe Mr. Tubridy should have invoiced for them figures, but ultimately they should never have been paid. And somebody made the decision during COVID to pay those when they were invoiced. I think that should have been brought to the attention of the full board at the time, and I think the chief financial officer at the time should have been the person that should have done that and made a decision not to pay them. Probably you wouldn't be aware, but I am a postmaster myself, and would be on a regular basis when working at home before I came to Leinster House, and even I was working over the weekend where people pay the television licence. And I know it is something that RTE have been lobbying for it to be removed from on post and moved over to revenue to increase the funding coming into RTE basically. I actually agree with increased funding, but I think that funding should be across all media sectors, both regional papers and regional radio as well, and not just that the majority of it goes to RTE. But I was working on a couple of days recently, and one number of people came in and basically said, we're not paying our television licence. And one gentleman actually said to me, will I Revolut, Ryan or Renault the money? So, do you fear, as a board of directors and executive committee, that the licence fee income take is going to take a serious nosedive because of the actions of the management, which you are part of? What are your views on that going forward?
I mean, again, I'd like to apologise to the public and to our staff about what's occurred here, and to the Oireachtas, because it is a clear breach of corporate governance, lack of transparency. You know, the public are outraged about it, staff are outraged about it, Oireachtas is outraged about it, which is absolutely right. Public service media, which I'm a massive believer in, is about holding power to account. It's about independent journalism. It's about lots of values that support our democracy that are so important. This stands at the absolute opposite in terms of the values. So as a board member, I'm incredibly ashamed that this has happened while I've been sitting on the executive board. And I really feel people's disappointment. And part of it is because, I think as somebody said earlier, like 70% of the public trust RTE. And this is a corporate governance issue. It is not an editorial issue. This is not about our journalism. It's not about the 1,800 people, who work to provide high quality programming, brilliant analysis. It's not about that. This is a deep breach of corporate governance, and this is, a terrible lack of transparency around events.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator. Now I'm going to call on Deputy Matty McGrath. The floor is yours and you have 10 minutes, Deputy McGrath.
Thank you very much and welcome to our guests. As we know, the candidates involving the defective payments to Dee Forbes and Ryan Tubridy is at the centre, sparked very grave concerns for the staff and management and indeed the public out there. But I have a number of questions, and I know you're in a disciplinary process, as you stated, but why did you accept Ms Forbes' resignation when you knew that was curtains as regards her appearing here or getting to the bottom of this. So we've heard from the questions already. The Assistant Deputy CEO or DG wasn't aware of anything. I didn't ask anything. I would imagine you read yourself into a brief when you started and you'd try and find out what was your role and what kind of a gang you were, a board of people that you were with and what kind of policies. So why did you accept her resignation?
The resignation, I accepted it. She made it public at the same time as I was made aware of it.
Sorry?
She made it public the same time as I was made aware of it.
But you could have refused it. The board could have refused her.
Yeah, but
you're in the middle of a process. The process had barely started. You'd implied outside agents, I understand, for you to oversee that process. What value were they, what did they cost you and what value were they to you? If this is what happened, the thing was just cut dead at the card.
Well, it was a decision that was taken. There was a process in train, as I said earlier, in terms of having invited her to participate with an intermediary earlier this week, and excuse me, it didn't appear that that was going to happen, and yeah, that was the decision that was taken by the board.
That was another disastrous decision, in my opinion, because how are we going to get any answers? Either there was some radio up here and she exited it, and with all the evidence, this is shocking. And that's why I called you for a guard investigation, and that's going to be needed at the outcome. No disrespect to any of you here today, but that's what's needed, because the public have lost all respect and fairness. You mentioned the 50-50-20, it's like something you have in the lotto or the ball loyalty bonds. Loyalty to whom? Loyalty to what? I mean, people out there were struggling and are struggling in the middle of the pandemic, which he overwhelmingly promoted and frightened a lot of people, but that's not for today. I had that with Ms. Forbes here before. And why like, who lied to whom? Who we lied to?
Can I just say, Deputy, there's been no allegations of any criminal wrongdoing, okay? I just want to make that point.
I didn't say that. I said we need to get an investigation.
I'm just making that point, or allegations.
But your money is gone. All right. Public taxpayers' money. Why are we here? Please, now, you didn't interrupt anyone. I didn't accuse anyone. I'm asking
that's good.
I'm asking for the false squad. I did that yesterday, and I continue with that because nothing else. We're not going to get the answers here today.
Okay. And who's to respond? Who do you want to respond to your question?
Whoever likes to.
Adrian?
What is the question?
Question. Who are you lying to? Quite simple.
Who am I lying to?
The board. I mean, you've allowed this scenario to allow Dee Forbes in racing paradise out under the traps and gone with the wind to play. This is shocking, and you expect us to listen to this. He couldn't answer why he accepted her resignation. Like, I'm an employer myself, and I understand how difficult situations can be as regards disciplinary proceedings, but you don't allow someone cut them off at the umbilical cord just because it suits everyone. And that's what's happening. Who are you lying to?
I'm sorry, I don't...
Taxpayers, the government, the people who paid the licences. I'd love to see some of the licence fee payers who are being prosecuted and threatened imprisonment getting these kind of chances and having sweet deals and having a 50-50-20. It's just laughable. So, I mean, you have to come up with some answers, please. Who are you lying to? Who are you serving? Public service broadcasting, and you have ads out there, the truth and truth by art. My goodness. And this going on, you tell me you joined the board yourself, Assistant DGO, and you said you didn't know any of this, you just came in at a crevice and you went along with the system. We must remember, our representatives were getting 900,000 when I came into this house, when I asked questions in 2007, and like that was around 2010. So this culture is long practice, long existing practice. So as you probably knew when you joined the board of the culture, so you don't ask any questions, you just go along with is that what happens?
In terms, I mean, I think what's happened here, as I said, is a clear breach of corporate governance, lack of transparency, reputationally damaging. It's not related to RTE's editorial output, not related to any of the staff who work in RTE.
But it doesn't deal with the culture. I mean, it's all grand now because you've been found out. And we're trying to elicit the answers. the committee here through the chair, and we can't get the answers. But the public are aghast, your staff, anytime I'm out there, I'm very well treated, lovely people, decent people, ordinary working people, working hard, late into the night, and given that service. And to see this, it's unbelievable. I mean, Putin wouldn't get away with some of the tricks that you got away with. And I hate using that parallels, but this is Billy McGash, go back to Frank Hall. Goodness gracious. We've come a long way since then, but you must take the public for complete patsies and fools. And the poor people who are paying the taxes and paying their licence fees. And then you're here making the case for extra licence fees. While you crush any of the smaller TG Caram, smaller, wonderful. And I also was here asking questions again here. Well, Ms. Forbes was here with her comrade, her partner, I can't think of her name, was here, and there's no disrespect, I just can't think of it, when a female producer had contacted me and she'd been forced to resign at 65.
Deputy McGrath, can I ask you to stick to the topic?
I am, but this is the culture. And she was forced, and while male presenters were getting sweet deals to 70, and yet there was a court case which I mentioned that day, which cost the state a lot of money, taxpayers, to defend the first case where you were found wrong and discriminated against female. And you talk about equality, lecture us day and night about equality. And that happened on some of your watches, not yours maybe, and it's happening, and it will continue happening because you can get away with it. It's what appears to me. So I'll ask you again, who are you lying to? Who are you supposed to serve to?
Can I just ask one question? Who are we lying to about what?
Loyal to. Loyal.
Loyal to. Loyal.
Sorry.
Jesus.
I didn't accuse you of lying.
Loyal. Well, the absolute #1 relationship is with the audience. That is the primary thing, and that's what's been shattered here in terms of public trust, and that's what makes it so egregious.
But the questions have been asked about the top-up payments and who else was going to take on, and I want to mention the personality, who else is going to pay? We were told that back in 2010, that the presenters might move to BBC or elsewhere. You also were dealing with Mr. Kelly, and you were doing this payments to a British company. And I'm not being anti-British here, but Brexit, do they have any worry she dealing in that kind of a manner?
So my understanding is that the barter company is based in the UK?
Oh, sorry, apologies. Yeah. All of the barter companies are based in the UK. There are no barter companies in Ireland.
None. Barter. But we go back to the fair days and we had the barter and we'd make the deal and spit in the hand, so you have to go to England for now. This is a really very... But barter shouldn't be this. I mean, your public service accountable, you shouldn't have to have barter and private deals with companies to pay to guarantee someone that if the barter that the monies didn't stack up, the taxpayers would pick it up.
Well, one of our obligations under the Broadcasting Act is to maximise commercial revenue. We only take these campaigns when we have airtime that otherwise we would get zero money for. So it's less than 0.05% of our overall revenue, but we do take, there's not a large number of them, but we do take them because otherwise we would earn zero money for that particular airtime. So we only take these campaigns when we have available airtime. I'd also like to answer just one other question from my perspective about who we're loyal to from my perspective. And while public funding is obviously absolutely key, I just think it's worth saying that our commercial revenue is also hugely critical to everything that we do in RTE. And we have huge loyalty from our customers, both domestic and international. This is really, and we talk to them about trust all the time. We talk to them about how we deliver their campaigns and how they can trust us. So we have a job to rebuild there. But from my perspective, I'd like to add that we're also incredibly loyal to all of our customers.
To who?
Our customers.
That's your version of it. How does RTE plan to address the significant reputation damage caused by this scandal and rebuild the trust and commitment to transparency, integrity and accountability?
How does RTE tend to address
the reputational damage caused by the scandal?
Yeah, I mean, as
your board.
Yes, from behalf of the board, what I can say is that we are committed to building up the trust again. This has caused untold damage to the organisation. There's a new Director General starting on the 10th of July, Kevin Backhurst, and we have obviously had discussions about this. We've identified a lot of the weaknesses in relation to how this could have happened, the weaknesses in governance, and we're setting about addressing those, some of which we've already addressed and implemented changes in relation to. So we'll be communicating that as well. The government is doing its own review as well, and obviously we're going to cooperate with that. We've started that process already. So things in relation to the payments around barter and all that sort of thing, all of that process is now tightened up and is completely under the control of finance.
Okay, thanks for that. But look, I mean, I don't have faith in your board because, as I said, you accepted the resignation of Ms. Forbes in the middle of this storm, hurricane that was blown up, and you're all the time advertising this hurricane, storms red and alerts red and orange and red. This was must have had red flags for you. And surely to God, the confidence he was in the board and the executive board to have it when that resignation was tendered, not to accept it, or to question it and discuss it, and get the answers. Allow us to get the answers, the public to get the answers, the rest of the media to get the answers, and the taxpayers, and as I said, the licence fee payers. That was a major fundamental out-the-gap job as far as I'm concerned, major cover-up, and that'd be grand. She'd take the hit, and we'll be all fine. So that doesn't...
Deputy McGuire, I have to say, you have to conclude because we've gone way over
okay,
the time.
I appreciate that. I mean, that's my summing up, that I have no faith in what you're telling us.
And just to make clear that that's your own
Of course it is.
views,
Excuse me, you don't have to guide me down, please, Chair. I'm saying myself.
That point where we will
I'm a member,
have a private
I'm a duly elected
session
member of the
and we
committee,
will
please.
Can I speak?
Sorry?
Can I speak?
Of course.
We will have a private session at the end of this and articulate the views of the committee concluding this hearing today. I just want to make that point that they're your own personal views.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
They are my personal views, and I have no faith in this cabal here to tell us the truth.
Maria Sherlock.
Thank you, Chair. And I think first thing is to thank all that have attended this hearing today. I think it's, the crucial point of this hearing is that we understand obviously more about the shambles that appears to be corporate governance within RTE, but that coming out of this, that we have a stronger RTE, a more transparent RTE, and an RTE that has fairer working conditions. I suppose my first question, just during the week, we have had statements from the top 10 presenters about their fees, but I want to ask whether any of you are aware of top-ups or side deals to those outside of the top 10 presenters. I'm conscious we don't have the head of HR here today. I'm also conscious that we're getting answers that are very individualised about what people individually knew as opposed to collectively from the board. So if I could just get a yes or no answer with regards to the question as to whether you're aware of top-ups or side deals from any other worker within RTE outside of the top 10. Mr. Coveney, starting with you.
No, I mean, what I would say is there are individual presenters or journalists who may have relationships that are completely distinct from RTE, but not anything resembling this.
No, I'm not aware of any.
No, I'm not aware of any.
Nothing resembling this.
No.
I'm not aware of any.
Okay, and I have 3 sets of specific questions from Ms O'Leary, from Mr Collins and from Ms Nirahalig, but I suppose, firstly want to ask Robert Short, as the staff member on the board, what do you believe now needs to happen within RTE to move this forward, this awful crisis that has engulfed the national broadcaster? What needs to happen to the executive? And I'm conscious that I have another set of questions, but I'm sure you have something to say on this matter.
So what needs to happen to the
executive and within RTE to try and move, I suppose, reinstill confidence in the public broadcaster, but also reassure staff now as well that these issues are going to be comprehensively dealt with?
Well, I don't think we're at the end of this, and by virtue of all of the questions that all of you rightly have, we're not at the end of it. But I do think that we have, and starting with our own actions on the Audit and Risk Committee, we have put train of information as soon as we've had it into the public domain, and we are trying to get to the bottom of it. I mean, in terms of the broader job that needs to be done in terms of rebuilding trust in the organisation and rebuilding trust for staff in the organisation, many of my colleagues have spoken far more eloquently than I could about the anger that they felt, and we all saw the protests yesterday, but my colleagues are also acutely aware they need to keep doing their jobs, and they're committed to keep doing their jobs, and I think that's going to be a key part of rebuilding trust in RTE. But in order to do that, we also need your assistance, because I mean, I think the goal here is to regain trust in public service broadcasting and to regain trust in RTE. And we need to continue to try to find out everything that needs to be found out until you guys have no more questions to ask of us.
Okay.
And I know, as a member of the staff on the board, I'll be continuing to work towards getting whatever information is there that needs to be got out as quickly as possible.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. O'Leary, I suppose as commercial director, I have to ask, is it good enough that you can't recall the detail of the invoices, that there's no paper trail within your office? And particularly when we learned from the Grant Thornton report that those invoices account for 70% of the value of the purchases going through the barter account in that particular in 2022. And I suppose as well, what does it say about the dynamics within the organisation of RTE that you act on instruction and don't ask questions?
Okay, well, the first thing I would say is that, yes, these two payments represented 70% of the transactions, because the barter account is normally relatively small transactions, which would come to my office. I'm not normally somebody who raises invoices. That's not part of what I do. So this was an unusual situation where I was asked by the Director General to raise invoices or to advise my assistant to raise invoices for NKM.
So is it acceptable then that you wouldn't even communicate with the Chief Financial Officer if it's unusual for your role to be raising invoices at all?
Well, the way I understood it at the time was that, as I said, that there was no budget. The Director General didn't have a budget at her disposal, and she asked me whether to use the barter account.
So I think what we're hearing is this kind of story of Chinese walls here, that there's like, you know, divisions working in silos and not communicating with each other, which reflects an utter dysfunction as an executive if an unusual transaction has never even brought to the attention of the executive. I suppose to the Chief Financial Officer, you said a number of minutes ago that the first, if I picked you up correctly, that the first you understood of these transactions was in March of this year. Are you saying that there was no inkling at all in 2022 that there was some unusual transactions taking place in the RTE organisation, within RTE, that were financial in nature?
These transactions were approved by the Director General.
So you had no knowledge whatsoever, no inkling whatsoever?
From a control point of view, I took comfort from the fact that they were approved by the Director General. Okay,
well, there's an ambiguity to your answer there. And I suppose the question is, we see from the Grant Thornton report that the barter account was previously outside of the financial statements, but was brought into the balance sheet. So how, and this is 2 years ago, if I understand it correctly. So how could it be the case that if the barter account was on the balance sheet for the past 2 years, that you had no knowledge last year of these events, and that it took until March this year for action to be taken?
Yeah, let me just clarify that. So the barter account did sit outside the balance sheet up until when I joined, and when I joined I brought the barter account onto the balance sheet as part of the 2019 annual accounts process. I would have done that in March.
But when did you know, though?
So if you just let me finish here, sorry. So the manner in which they were brought on was as a year-end adjustment. They weren't reflected in the monthly management accounts. So hence, in 2022, they were posted into the accounts as part of the year-end accounts when they were being prepared in February, March of 23. The auditors examined it then, and that's when it was brought to my attention. It came on my radar.
So your department had no knowledge of this last year at all, is what you're saying?
Well, they would have seen transactions going through, but the fact
But they
that
didn't feed them to yourself as Chief Financial Officer?
They didn't bring them as the fact that they were approved by the Director General was the internal control.
Well, I think that raises very serious questions about the operation of the Finance Department if there's no follow-up to yourself, if these were unusual transactions. I want to ask about the end of contract payments. And I think many RTE staff this concept of out of contract payments for certain individuals, and we know it's not to all staff, and that a way had to be found to offset the end of contract payment is a real kick in the teeth. But I just want to understand the nature of end of contract payments. Are they a standard part of the contract negotiated with an agent on behalf of a contractor providing services to RTE?
In my experience, they're not, no.
So who has end of contract payments as part of their contracts in RTE?
Well, at present, nobody has them.
Other than Ryan Tubridy?
That was his 2015 to 20 contract.
So that is the only time that we've had an end of contract clause within
I believe in the past there have been end of contract payments in contracts, but certainly at the moment there's nothing that I'm aware of.
Okay. I suppose to the chair, and I'm conscious you're only here, in the role a few short months, and obviously you face a gargantuan task in reinstilling confidence in the public broadcaster, in the national broadcaster. Do you accept you're presiding over a dysfunctional executive?
I accept we have a very much a cultural issue within the organisation, and you can see it. This is why we're here.
Okay.
And it's to your point. It's a culture that's in there that accepts that, well, that's approved by the DG, so I'm not going to talk about it. And I don't think, and I think all of the people here would agree now that that's wrong, and that's for the board. That's and for me, I'm only there 7 months, but for me, that was the shocking part of it as well, that there wasn't the conversations that we all would assume would happen. But each of them in their own individual area, as you said, it's siloed.
And can I ask about the business model in RTE, where we have on one side somebody in a fixed term contract who has to go through an arduous contract review group process to try and become a permanent employee, and on the other side then we have this opaque system for negotiating with quote unquote talent in RTE. Do you believe that is the right model? I think it's important to say we've only seen 2 major defections from RTE since Century Radio came on the scene 30 years ago, and yet RTE has effectively paid enormous sums to a very small number of people, and of course, bent over backwards to facilitate, one individual. Do you believe that model is sustainable, and does it need to be changed?
I absolutely believe that it's something we definitely have to look at, and I would argue that RTE is sometimes bidding against itself because there isn't a market there. It's certainly something that the incoming DG and myself have talked about, and that is along with the issue of agents.
And Chairman, just my final question is just to the Chair of RTE. Given what you've said there about effectively having a dysfunctional executive, and that's why you're here today, what now needs to happen? Surely it's not just about a new DG being in place. And I personally am a bit concerned about a witch hunt against one particular individual. What are the systemic changes that need to take place to get turn the ship around effectively?
Yeah, the culture comes from the top down, and there's a role for the executive board now to actually own what the issues are here and discuss it with the board, and we have to talk that through in terms of how that has permeated right down into the organisation, exactly what you're talking about there. And again, I go back, this is a people organisation, and there's a resource of people in RTE that are the epitome of public service broadcasting. Like, you can't buy it. You know, this is built up over the life since the foundation of Radio Éireann. This has built up, and we have to respect that and understand that we have jewels here in the crown in terms of what we have to build on. But we have to get the function, the organisation of the function of the organisation, the management of the organisation has to seriously be addressed.
Okay, thank you. And I know Mr. Coveney wants to respond as well.
Just to wrap up.
Yeah, if I just can say, I was in RTE when the last scandal of this, well, different circumstances, but it was very substantial, and the public trust was very damaged, and after the Mission to Pray fiasco, frankly. And what I would say, just to echo, it's obviously not about one man and someone coming in, but when Kevin Backhurst joined the last time, he came in to pick up a newsroom, to rebuild trust in our journalism, to rebuild confidence of our journalists and confidence in investigative reporting, confidence in so in the choice that the chair has made and the board have made around incoming Director General, I think he's pretty well equipped for the task at hand. I mean, obviously it's not about one person, but he has some experience there, and there's a lot to be done. You know, all of us have a lot to do and a lot to reflect on.
Okay, Mr. Colby, I'm just going to stop you there, if that's okay, because I need to come back to members. Thank you, Senator Sherlock. Deputy Christopher Sullivan, the floor is yours, and you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Cathaoirleach. Look, and I'll get straight into it because those 10 minutes won't be long going. So I'm going to start with you, Adrian. Senator Carnegie alluded to it there, that the former Director General Dee Forbes was thrown under the proverbial bus. And I must say, when I first read the report yesterday, a few things struck me in terms of the timing of the report, or the statement, I should say, sorry, from yourself, Adrian. The timing of the statement, that it came after the former Director General Dee Forbes retired, and a lot of the blame within that statement seemed to be put very much at the feet of Dee Forbes, who is no longer part of the executive board, and the former CFO, who is also no longer part of the executive board. And I wouldn't blame people for thinking that there was some type of concerted effort or meeting within the executive board and possibly the board to say, okay, look, these guys are gone, let's put the blame firmly at their feet, and we'll absolve ourselves of any blame. Is that fair enough? Is that what happened?
Just to address that, I mean, I think, you know, over the last 7 days, I have looked at, you know, correspondence, been supported by the legal function to look at the contracts and all of that, and put together a kind of timeline of events. I think, you know, there's a couple of things here. There's key questions that still need to be addressed, and we'll come to them in a second. But this is not good reading in terms of corporate governance or transparency. You know, it's the total opposite. So from an exec board point of view, we absolutely own the fact that this feels siloed, fragmented, the fact that talent contracts don't come to the executive board.
All the blame in terms of the contracts and the agreements is you're laying at the feet of the former Director General.
So in terms of that, so if you look at the line that's actually written, which is about which members of the exec board had knowledge that the published figures were incorrect. So as we've discussed, you know, there is controversy around the top 10 when they get published. So actually presenting figures that were incorrect to the houses of the Oireachtas. So why did that happen? And looking at the documentation that is available, on May the 7th, when a verbal guarantee was given to underwrite the commercial arrangement with Ryan Tubridy, which was completely lawful and so on, but then through COVID, that commercial arrangement fell by the wayside.
Okay, we know what happened, and I must move on, but because I want to know what other documents you examined, because your statement, I think, is contradicted by the former DG statement. Your statement basically sets out that the former DG was the only one who had all the relevant information, but the former DG statement says, following detailed discussions, including numerous internal communications over many months with RTE colleagues, including finance and legal colleagues, an agreement was reached. Who were the who was the former DG?
I think what's important there,
communicating with internally.
In terms of my statement, it relates to the published figures. which is the significant piece. So,
okay, so in terms of the underwriting part, you were aware of that, so?
I wasn't at all.
And the guarantee?
Didn't know anything about the guarantee or the underwriting.
Can I ask, was any of the 7 witnesses here today, were any of you aware of that element of it, the guarantee or the third-party payment?
When the payments for year 2 and 3 needed to be paid, and the amount of conversations that I had directly with the Director General in relation to finding that they needed to be paid, I understood it was part of the agreement. As I said, and I know it's frustrating to say who knew what, but I only knew about the commercial element of the deal. I had no idea what this 75 grand represented in terms of the overall value.
Did any of the executive board outside?
So it became obvious to me that there was obviously some commitment to pay the money when I was asked to raise the invoices. But I only found out subsequently that it was underwritten.
I'm going to come back to that. There was mention of pushback against this approach of the underwriting and the guarantee. Who was pushing back? Did someone have a conversation with the former DG and said, look, we don't think this underwriting or this guarantee approach is the right way to go?
So in terms of that, from the correspondence I've seen, it was around the agent wanted to have it underwritten, and that was never agreed to. So that went on and on and on for about 6 or 7 months.
So who was aware that that was an approach that the Director General was looking at, this underwriting guarantee
approach? These would have been exchanges between the agent and legal in terms of looking for the arrangement to be underwritten.
Did you at any point advise the Director General that this guarantee or underwriting of payments wasn't the way to go?
Did I advise her? But there was no way RTE would sign something.
But did you or anyone on the executive board advise the Director General that we should not proceed with this underwriting guarantee of a third-party payment?
No, I didn't, because there is no way, and I know in the end, this agreement, which again we have to say is lawful as we're sitting here, there is no way that RTE would underwrite a commercial agreement like this.
It's lawful, but it's completely unethical,
right,
as we know. Yeah. No, so that's still very muddy. There's talk about pushback. There's talk about awareness of some members. We'll say, obviously, we know that the Director of Content isn't here today, but apparently, according to the statement, he was kept informed of elements of the agreement. Do we know what he was informed of? Was he informed of that guarantee underwriting element? Was he? So
he would have been aware of the fact that the agent wanted the guarantee.
Okay, so there was an awareness that the agent wanted a guarantee on the executive board. So nobody thought to check for it after. Nobody thought to check for it during the years 2020, 2021, and 2022, even though it was mentioned and there was an awareness of it. So
again, I can't speak for the Director of Content, but I suppose what I would say is that while the correspondence, which I would have seen in terms of it going on and on and on over the last 7 days, the last 6 months, there was no way RTE would underwrite a deal like that, because immediately when you underwrite that deal, and it was a commercial agreement that brings risk with it, because basically if you can't fulfill an arrangement with the sponsor, then RTE are paying Ryan Tubridy directly.
We know how it works. My concern is that there was awareness that this was potentially an approach. There was awareness that this was a request from the agent, but no one sought to keep checks on it, to inquire, to see had the Director General stuck with that approach or not, and therefore we're in this position. So I don't think that there can be complete absolution from involvement here. I just want to come back to Darlene, if that's okay. Obviously, you say you can't remember elements of the invoice, I think is what you said. Were you aware that the invoices pertained to the payment of Mr. Tubridy?
Yes, it was.
You were aware?
Yes, it was.
And the term consultancy fees didn't jump out at you at that point?
The first time I saw the invoices was in March of this year, when they were brought to my attention by the CFO.
I thought you raised the invoices in May 2022.
Yeah, they were raised to my office, but I didn't see the invoices. I didn't see the actual terminology of the invoices. They were raised to my office. The conversation about whether consultancy fees, which I've said consistently, it may well have been a conversation with me and the Director General, but I don't want to say it was, because I cannot remember the precise conversation. So I'm choosing to be honest rather than giving an answer that I'm not 100%.
Okay, so if you're honest as well, if your office that you obviously oversee knew that invoices pertain to the payment of Mr. Tubridy and they had the words consultancy fees, I'm not sure what Mr. Tubridy would be providing consultancy for, but would that not have raised flags with your office?
His name was not on the invoices.
But you knew the invoices pertained to the payment for Mr. Tubridy?
I did, because I was aware that they were related to the 75 grand per annum, which the first deal of which I represented to our commercial partner.
That's again, I think, seriously concerning that there's, you say you didn't see them directly yourself, but that there was such a lack of oversight within your office. Clearly there wasn't the checks and balances in place to see that the term consultancy fees on an invoice that pertained to the payment of Mr. Tubridy wasn't flagged at that time. I think that beggars belief, to be honest.
Well, I think I would agree that the controls around the barter account, it has been proven not to be good enough, and we are addressing that.
Mr. Collins, just very briefly on to you, would you consider, I certainly would consider €150,000 a lot of money. It's significant. Would you agree that, would you consider that's a significant amount?
Significant, yeah.
The reason I picked those two amounts is that I think that's what the two invoices of May and July that we're talking about added up to. But as CFO, Chief Financial Officer, that was completely outside your remit and you've no oversight whatsoever of payments of that scale.
Well, in the rest of the business, yes, but not what went through the barter account. I mean, in terms of significance, large amounts had gone through the barter account in previous years, like 2018 and 2019. So it wasn't unusual to have figures of, 75,000, 100,000 going through that with oversight from the DG. So, when I saw that it was approved by the DG, that was the internal control, and that gave me comfort.
To me, again, it's this case of laying all the blame at the DG. I think clearly what's been demonstrated here is a lack of oversight, a lack of checks and balances, including from the Chief Financial Officer pertaining to the years that you were there from 2020 to 2022. And that's just something that appears to me. I'll finish on this because I'm out of time as well. This whole issue, and this is, I suppose, a statement rather than a question, but the culture within RTE, especially the top brass of RTE, it seems rotten. And this idea of special treatment for one person, and we all saw the scenes of RTE employees protesting, having the bravery to speak out about what they thought was completely unfair treatment, having to watch colleagues being laid off, having to fight for every cent of payment that they got, having to work with freelancers who in many instances were treated despicably. Yet, and my first memories of RTE, I think many it'll be lost on a generation, but certainly my first memories were of Bosco and his magic door. And then you have obviously 40 coats with his 50 pockets. And it clearly seems to me that Bosco and his magic door are clearly still present in RTE, and so are his 40 coats and his 50 pockets. And I think that culture has to be changed. It has to be stamped out. And I'm not sure if the current executive board are the people who can do that, but we'll see what happens. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Sullivan. I am mindful of the fact that I did say we'd have a 5-minute sus to give everybody an opportunity to get a mouthful of water or whatever is required. Would it be okay to do that now? Deputy Dillon, do you mind if we take our 5 minutes now and give everybody just an opportunity just to leave the room or go to the ladies or whatever they need to do, and we'll be back. We'll resume at 3:05. Gramaga. patience. Okay, I'm going to go straight to Deputy Alan Dinn. The floor is yours and you have 10 minutes.
Thanks very much, Cathaoirleach, and I'd like to welcome our guests joining us today. My first question is for Ms Anne O'Leary. You're the Chair of Audit and Risk, is that correct? Can I ask just in relation to why the routine auditors, and that is Deloitte, so unusually contacted the RTE Board of Audit and Risk about the matter on St Patrick's Day, which is a bank holiday?
It would be normal for Richie Howard of Deloitte to give me a call to set up a private meeting that we would have to go through what we needed to go through in terms of the finance, whether there were procedural changes, accruals, anything that he thought was
happened on a public
different.
holiday. So would you normally work on a public holiday?
I would, yes, of course I would. And I think he's just probably doing additional work and was working from home. It wasn't something I thought was unusual.
And what happened following this conversation?
Following this conversation, then on 2 days later, I reported to the Audit and Risk that there was an issue that they had brought up. He said that he had concerns about it. My first reaction, having spoken with my colleagues...
What were his main principal concerns?
He said that there were 2 invoices. He didn't say specifically who they were for. He said it had been brought up in the audit and they needed further investigation. I said that I was unhappy with him and his team investigating it, and my first reaction was to put in Grant Thornton because I had done some work with him before.
And what were your concerns with him investigating these irregular invoices?
He had no real explanation for them, and that bothered me, so I thought that I needed to put in Grant Thornton to take a look at it. He also said that there was potentially other issues there as well, and I just thought the easiest thing to do was to move Deloitte aside and to put in Grant Thornton.
Did you raise this with any other executive board members or management?
I brought it to the Audit and Risk Committee 2 days later and told them that I was putting together terms of reference for Grant Thornton and also for Arthur Cox. And I spoke to Paul Malooly, who was the legal representative.
And was there minutes taken at that meeting?
Yes, there was.
And in terms of the action items that resulted from that meeting, what were the next steps that proceeded?
Steps were to give the terms of reference to both Grant Thornton and to Arthur Cox, then to make sure that they liaised together and put out very clearly what we wanted them to go through. And then they spent a number of months, and I did chase them up probably once a week to check how progress was going. But they knew that they were going to have to go through email exchanges and to deal with those 2.
Was Mr. Tubridy informed at this time?
I don't believe he was. So certainly at this stage, I didn't know it was to deal with.
Was his
Mr.
management
Tubridy.
team informed?
Yes, I brought it to the board.
Okay. So can I ask Ms. Nirahalli, why hasn't the routine audit report by Deloitte, which first raised these irregular payments, why has that not been provided to the committee?
You mean that it was done in... We just completed the audit.
In relation to the routine audit that Deloitte perform in relation to where the issues arose, has that been published or will it be published?
No, just to be clear, this arose during the annual audit of the 2022 accounts.
And when will them accounts be published?
I believe they're, I don't know, I think they're I know we've recently signed off on them, so I assume they're published in the next few days.
Okay. And in relation to the Grant Thornton investigation in the 2017 to 2019 internal review, can I ask what has the internal review identifying the €120,000 worth of undeclared payments not being provided to the committee? Is there an issue in relation to why that hasn't yet not been published or furnished?
Sorry, the 120 that we've just done, that they've just commenced?
Yes. You said it'll take 4 weeks.
Yeah, they're just starting the review of, they've got terms of trade, terms of reference yesterday.
But in terms of Deloitte's work, Deloitte's perform routine audits. Is it Grant Thornton that's doing the review? or who is doing the review?
Of the 2017 to 2019. That's an error in the published figures of the top 10. We have clarified there is no, it isn't reflected in the annual published accounts, if you know what I mean. It was a change that was made before the top 10 were published.
I ask the CFO, in relation to the off-balance sheet operations from the barter accounts, is this related to why Deloitte raised the issues back in March and their subsequent operations?
Yeah, sorry, just to clarify there that the barter account is now on balance sheet, and it has been on balance sheet for the last 3 years. It was the barter account. They raised an issue with invoices that were put through the barter account.
So that was as a result of your decision to put it on balance sheet?
Exactly. All the transactions became apparent or transparent. If the barter account hadn't been brought onto the balance sheet, these transactions wouldn't have been transparent and Deloitte wouldn't have seen them.
And retrospectively, have you gone back to see, has there been any other unclassified invoice payments through barter accounts that have raised concerns with you as CFO?
I've had a look at the account, but really you would need to pull out all the documentation behind all the transactions. There's a lot of transactions, so that's something that we will be doing, in the next few weeks.
So to date, you haven't done that?
Yeah, I've done an overview, but there is nothing, through an overview that stands out, but it will be investigated thoroughly there. I mean, the issue here that happened here is that invoices, an invoice was mislabeled, or the true nature of the invoice was concealed. So, if you go back through all the invoices that have gone through that account, it's unless you pull out the documentation and really follow up on it, how are you going to know?
Your colleague beside you, Geraldine O'Leary, is the commercial director. You have responsibility with operating the barter account. Have you discussed this with your colleague in relation to what transactions have been made over the last number of years in terms of the concealment of invoices?
Since this issue arose, we've looked back through the account, we've looked at the transactions and the bigger transactions that went through the account. Yeah.
But it's fair to say also that prior to this
Can you provide clarification? We know of the €150,000 made to NK management. Has there been any other payments that you're aware of, Mrs. O'Leary, in relation to further transactions that have been off balance sheet?
Not in relation to talent, absolutely not. The barter account, as I say, was used for events, client entertainment, etc., at a relatively small level over recent years. These significant payments were not the norm, and I'm not aware of any others.
You stated previously that you were not in the room with the former DG in relation to the arrangements made for this barter account, but pressure was subsequently applied by the DG in order for you to authorise these invoices. Can I ask what nature of pressure was put on
to be clear,
yourself?
I wasn't in the room when the commercial element of the deal was negotiated as part of this. And in 2020, as we know, I did the deal with the commercial partner where it took 2 years because of COVID, but there was a transaction where they got 3 high-profile events with the presenter. I was not across any commercial deal in 2021 or 2022, and in 2021, the Director General spoke to me on a number of occasions about whether there was another commercial deal that could be done, and my answer was no. I was very conscious that the first deal we still hadn't delivered, so the answer was no. So in 2022, she spoke to me a number of times in early 2022 and said, we need.
How close was your relationship with Ms. Forbes?
She was my boss. Yeah. She was my boss.
And did alarm bells not go off with you in relation to the payments to be counted for in a very transparent and clear accountancy practice?
I had no understanding if there was any motivation that these were secret payments. As I understood it, and subsequently has been proven, there was a commitment to make these payments whether there was a commercial activity or not.
I find it extraordinary that you know, in considering these payments, that you didn't seek advice from the board, that you had no consideration in relation to it?
I had no reason to doubt the Director General's intention when she asked me to raise the invoices on the barter account.
But you were aware that it was going to one of your top star presenters.
I was
regard.
aware that it was, yes, it was yes, I was.
So in terms of a corporate governance matter, this was a serious breach in that regard.
But I was not aware of how it fitted in with the overall deal.
So you weren't aware that, you know, RTE had a cap on salaries, that there was a restriction in payments, that never crossed your mind in relation to who was being paid?
I had no idea what the 75 grand represented as part of Ryan Tubridy's overall earnings, because that's not something that I'm privy to. So all I knew was that there was this element of a multi-element deal which I was being asked to work through. I had no idea what that 75 grand represented as a percentage of his overall earnings.
Can I ask Mr. Lynch, do you agree that the deep breach in corporate governance failures identified by RTE are the failures of a small group or solely on the shoulders of the former DG?
I think that it's obvious when you read the report and that, for example, you can see that the relationship between the exec board members is quite siloed in terms of information. Information wasn't shared around the payments, for example, that Geraldine has just been talking about. So in terms of good practice, you can see there's a lot of bad practice.
And has all executives reflected on the current positions within their current roles? As a result of this, we've had one casualty who has been suspended and then tendered their resignation. We also have Mr. Tubridy, who is the second casualty. Has anyone else in this room reflected on their practices that is related to this scandal that has certainly put the public broadcaster in a really difficult reputational position? And I think we still lack that level of accountability and transparency here again. And it is really disappointing, because we thought that we'd get answers to questions that we expected to get, and still we have that lack of accountability.
So, Deputy, I would say I'm happy to answer any question you want to ask me.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy. I'm now calling on Senator Fintan Moorfield. The floor is yours and you have 10 minutes.
Good the Chair. I think transparency is at the heart of this issue, and the deep anger felt by the staff is because they feel betrayed, and they feel a betrayal by the executive board of RTE who are involved in this deal. And I think trust can only be rebuilt by a more transparent management culture. And so I urge you, rather than publish just only the salaries of the top 10 on-air presenters, to publish the top 100 salaries right across the organisation in RTE. Can you do that, and will you do that?
And throughout this process over the last 7 days, I've been in regular contact with the incoming DG, and I know that he is very keen to look at all practices in terms of corporate governance. So there'll be a set of things that fall out of that. So noted in terms of what you suggest.
I think it's only right when the executive board negotiate with the staff and their unions.
Yeah.
The executive board know what the staff right across the organisation get, but the staff don't know what the executive board get. And in some cases, there are people on more than the DG. You know, the DG salaries in the public domain. I think the salaries of all the top executives should be published too. Can I ask Geraldine O'Leary, the issue of commercial sponsors and patrons is, in this case, fraught with difficulties for an independent public service broadcaster. That's the model of our national broadcaster. There appears to be an unhealthy relationship between some RTE personnel and commercial companies. So, for example, I would love to know, and I would love for the committee to know, how many journalists and presenters are presented with free cars, and how would that fit editorial standards?
Well,
My answer to that, Senator, is that I am not across any deals between customers and talent, clients and talent, apart from this one where I obviously brokered the deal with the sponsor in 2020. Normally, any deals that are done where a presenter gets a car from whoever they get it is done either through the talent's agent or directly. It doesn't come through me.
So go through the agent.
Yeah, or possibly directly to the talent. That I'm not aware of, but I know that a number of presenters have cars. Those discussions have never come through my office or the commercial department.
And so is there anyone here who could answer the editorial appropriateness of that? If it's not for the director of commercial, is it appropriate for journalists or presenters, be they correspondents in whatever area of the news, that they be given cars by sponsors?
To my knowledge, and again, I'm not the director of news or the director of content, I don't think there's any journalist in RTE who has a deal with a car brand. I'd be pretty confident about that. Yeah.
We have a situation where a private company, an agent, is making big profits representing the best interests of talent, negotiating their pay, getting them speaking gigs, and doing their promotion. When a presenter of a show on the public broadcaster is interviewing a client of the same agent, does that represent a conflict of interest? Are they given favourable treatment by virtue of the fact that they are represented by the same agent?
I would say that like RTE works to the highest editorial standards and there should not be a conflict.
But if they are being represented by the same agent, should that be made clear? Should there be declarations of interest there? Like our listeners, our viewers entitled to know that?
Yes, they are.
The RTE statement yesterday said that there was no illegality and payments were made pursuant to an agreed contract. And I wonder, is RTE satisfied then that the relationship that exists between RTE and NK management is consistent with competition law? And is it consistent with your legal obligations and best practice in terms of public procurement? And would there be grounds for an investigation into that relationship by the CCPC, the Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, if there's anything that's going on that is anti-competitive or that is price fixing?
So, I mean, I think in terms of NK management, they're an independent company. I'm not sure it would fall under that.
I can take an answer
Yeah.
to that. I'm concerned about those contracts as well. And one of the things I'm putting on the agenda for the next Audit and Risk Committee is to get an internal audit on them first, so we get some more detail before I may have to do a more serious audit. But I take your concerns and I'm very concerned about it as well.
Do RTE go to any other talent agencies or management companies or individuals who aren't represented by agents when they have an idea for a new project or a new programme?
When you say does RTE, do you mean...
well, does it go out to tender?
In terms of programme ideas?
Yeah.
So the agent is representing a set of individuals. They're not like a production company who'll be pitching programmes.
If the production was in-house, like the Late Late Show?
Yeah. So
would is there a public procurement process for that? Or?
In what case? Sorry, Deputy.
For an in-house production where you don't go out to an independent production company, where it's not a commission?
Are you saying where the agent is using in-house resources, is it?
Where RTE is hiring on-air talent.
Where RTE is hiring, sorry, I don't quite understand the question. Where RTE's...
Do you go out to public tender for...
Oh, I understand what you're saying.
On-air talent?
Yeah, no, we don't. Yeah. So you're saying that where you, a set of agents are given the possibility to pitch for a contract?
No. I'm assuming when RTE have an idea for a show that they may go to an agent and see what list they have
Oh, yeah. Yes, sorry. No, apologies, Senator. No, I mean, in terms of RTE developing any programming in-house, the format will be worked up in terms of what the programme content is going to be, and that could be worked up with a particular person or individual in mind, depending on the type of programme it is. So that's how that would work.
Okay. Yeah. And just lastly, Chair, I suppose RTE has a tarnished record when it comes to employment law and bogus self-employment particularly. What is the justification for treating workers as companies when they provide their labour, when they're under the control and the direction of RTE, when they work exclusively for RTE, and when they meet all the criteria of an employee? What is the justification for treating these people as companies?
So are you talking about scope in this instance?
I don't know what you mean by scope.
Scope plug into bogus self-employment.
Yeah, exactly. And so, I mean, we're in a process with scope in terms of looking at contracts at the moment. Yeah.
Go on, Chair.
Okay. To you too, Fintan. Okay, I'm now going to call on Deputy Peter Fitzpatrick. The floor is yours and you have 10 minutes.
First of all, I want to apologise. I had to go to the chamber earlier on, and if I asked a question that I've already been asked, I apologise. First of all, I guarantee you that nobody in this room has never made a mistake. So if you made a mistake, put your hands up in the air and admit it. I've never seen anything for the past week about it. And it's a word called hatred. The amount of people that really is bad right now to you, and in fairness, they deserve it. The bottom line is, you were responsible for giving Ryan Tubridy $345,000 over the last 5 years, okay? And let's call a spade a spade. Dee Forbes is being thrown under a bus here, because as a former company, myself, I have my own business, like, she had to have some kind of allies, and she had to have some people that she could sit down and talk to. Had you used any daily meetings, weekly meetings, monthly meetings? Like, you talk about doing audits there at the moment. Is like, there was a successful event back in March 2022, and like, how many audits was RTE doing a week, a month? If you've got 1,800 people working for you, you need to be on top of it. And I'm just looking here at the moment, is we have 7 people in the room here with 7 big titles and everything else and responsibilities, and all of a sudden only one person knows it all. I can't understand that. And I just can't accept it. And I just want to ask a few questions at the moment. Is this barter account? Who uses this barter account? Is this used for maybe for going to parties? Who uses it? Has anyone who used 7 ever used that for your own use? Like, these questions have to be asked. We need to get a bit of trust back in the RTE, because in fairness, you're the biggest media in the country. And I'm going to be honest with you, I have 2 grandchildren at home, 7 and 10, and all the told me is Ryan Tubridy for the wrong reason. Like, he's no saint in this at the moment. But are you trying to tell me that Dee Forbes ran everything? Ran 1,800 people in it. Honestly, I managed 60 or 70 people at one stage. And I'll tell you one thing, if I hadn't got a good team behind me, I was in serious trouble. So please, this is an opportunity. Put your hands up in the air. And I'm not going to say you're telling lies on that, but there's someone telling lies. That's just something seriously wrong here at the moment. Is. So that's a few questions out.
That one. So just in terms of, if you look at the substance of the issue, which is there was a commercial decision made to give an undertaking to underwrite the commercial agreement. That is a commercial decision which comes with risks. When the wheels came off the bus, slightly in that, it then meant that was activated and money was paid directly from RTE to Ryan Tubridy, and that then impacted the accounts we published. And I think, I mean, you can ask everyone individually here. I knew absolutely nothing about that. I can say that hand on heart. I had no idea that a guarantee had been given regarding this arrangement.
So anyone who uses 7, a personal friend of Dee Forbes, do you go socialise with her? Do you meet her? Because I'm sure when you worked in a business, especially 1,800 people is, and you want to ask a few questions, sometimes it's handy to go outside of RTE and have a cup of tea. Was there any kind of socialising done whatsoever? Because in fairness, like, I know she's off today because the signal not there. But listen, there's one thing you don't do. You don't throw your friends under a bus. And as I said, and in fairness, it will be God. Eventually, the truth will come out. What happened at the moment is, I just find it so hard to understand how 7 people sitting in the room don't know nothing. Like, I'm not being. I tell you one thing. If it's all work for me, will be working for me tomorrow. Because in fairness, it's just some. Like, look at the titles you have. And sorry, and I'm not going to start talking about wages and everything else because I get enough abuse being the TD over wages. But just to say, like, there's something seriously wrong. What's wrong? Can you tell me what's wrong? There has to be something wrong. Chairperson, can you tell me what's wrong there at the moment? There's something wrong there.
I think I've already talked about it in terms of that the culture in the organisation is not correct. There's silos. The executive board is not functioning as an executive board should, and we have to address this. It's a culture, as I said, that comes from the top down, and it permeates right into the organisation, and it's not right. It's not. This is not good.
So, Adrian, how do you find working with these 6 people here beside you? Are they going to throw you under a bus as well, are they?
So, in terms
I'm calling a spade here. Listen, like, I'd be honest with you. If I was you, I'd be worried with these. There's no one going to support you. So I'm asking you, do you feel, have you any fear of being thrown under a bus?
You're being thrown over. I don't have fear of being thrown under a bus because I didn't know about the guarantee. I didn't operationalise any of the commercial elements that were involved. So I have no fear.
Let me ask another question. Mr. Tubridy's contract was mentioned by Grant Thornton and it's supposed to be expired. Is there any talk of a new contract for him? You and I, Director General at the moment, have you contacted him about a new contract? Because at the moment his contract is expired. He has an extra 345,000. I'm sure he's getting paid when he's not on air.
So just to clarify on that one, as I was saying, negotiations are suspended at the moment.
So if negotiations are suspended, is he getting paid at the moment?
Yes, he is.
Yeah. So it's unreal. Now I did ask a question about the barter account. Who is using the barter account in RTE?
I can take that. The barter account, taking business to a barter agency. I'm not sure if you were here earlier, Deputy, when I explained that this is when we have airtime that we haven't sold. We will take barter campaigns on occasion. It's a very, very small part of our business. There were 56 campaigns in total in the whole of 2022, and the mechanism by which those are paid for are 50% cash and 50% credits. This is standard in media companies both in Ireland and internationally. What we do is all of the credits are added up and they're taken account of and they're reconciled on a monthly basis. So yes, that you asked the question whether the barter account had ever been used for anybody's personal gain. I can say that I signed off on use of the barter account prior to the new appropriate structures that have come into place, and it was always used for our clients and our agencies. It was always used as which is a part of our business as well. It was always used to, whether it was an event or a presentation or whatever, with our clients and agencies. That's what it's been used for. It has not been used for personal gain for anybody sitting here.
And who signs off on the barter accounts? Is it yourself?
It has been up to now.
And who checks you? Who checks you?
Well, in the case of these 2 payments,
yes.
The Director General was checking me.
Yeah. So so when you sign off, and she's only one to know. Nobody else.
In the case of these 2 particular payments only. Yeah.
So we got a Director of Commercial. We got a Chief Financial Officer. My God, there's some great job titles here at the moment. And nobody seems to know what's going on in RTE. Like, I'm not trying to be smart. It's no wonder the public has lost faith in him. Like, you know, like you've got the responsibility of 1,800 people. You know, researchers. The amount of people you have there is unreal. It just like I'll be honest with you, they've got no faith whatsoever in you. So that's the question: where are we going to go from here?
As the chair has said, it is about, you know, when the new DG comes in, it's actually looking at all corporate governance practices to ensure that something like this never happens again. And it's about both boards working together to ensure that.
would you not try to leave from the front now? You've an opportunity of getting this job for yourself now, right? Would you not have the balls to go away and meet Ryan Tubridy and meet his agent and everything else and try to negotiate a deal? Because the taxpayers are paying this man for not being on air. And as far as I'm concerned, according to this thing at the moment, is he doesn't seem to be the problem because RTE has put their hands up and admitted that they made a mistake. So if you're saying that Ryan Tubridy has made no mistake, why not put him back in the air? Because it's costing the taxpayers money every time he's on. It's something really, like, I know it was me, and I was given a job as you've been given an opportunity. Would you not just go away and say to yourself, I'm going to sort RTE out at the moment? And like, instead of leaving it for 4 weeks for another report and 6 weeks for another report, before we know it will be Christmas, and then it'll be the summer holidays again. But, you know, imagine the public are paying you to look after RTE. Like, you've got a free roll at the moment. Is like, in fairness, nobody can really compete with you. But I'm not just saying it. What are you doing? So, is there any chance of you lifting the phone up and contacting his agent and asking, listen, meet me up. I want to negotiate Ryan Tubridy's. Like, when the negotiation was going on with Ryan Tubridy with Noel Kelly, who signed them off? Who signed off? Who signed off the contract? Who signed off? And another wee question is, who else was in the room? Maybe there was an elephant in the room that no one's seen him, but is there somebody in the room? These are all simple. Listen, I come from the Dark County Louders, and everywhere I go, I've never seen such anguish. It's unreal. So have any of us got the gumptions to grab this by the scruff of the neck and sort out RTE? Because if you do, I'll support you.
Very good. As I said, we are completely committed. You know, absolutely recognise, and again as an exec board, we totally recognise that there has been a serious breach of corporate governance here and lack of transparency, and completely own that. So, and you know, working with the chair, we're completely committed to rebuilding good practice.
But the problem is, you're making no decisions. You're putting everything on the wrong finger. Like, you know, 4 weeks of this report and another. Like, listen, this is our money. And in fairness, you've been given a job to do that at the moment. So you are the leader of RTE now, right?
Yeah.
So listen, what are you going to do to change things?
I think if you look at the timeline of events, when this was discovered in March, it was immediately activated by the board. A report was commissioned. Once that was found, then a statement was immediately put out in the public. And since then, basically, over the last 7 days, we've been establishing the facts.
Right, would you just finish up the job? Would you agree with me that Ryan Tubridy had the best job in RTE?
I'm not going to comment on that.
And do you think when he announced in March that he was stepping down the Late Late Show, and all of a sudden the people who I thought and the people that the public thought was going to get the jobs didn't go for the jobs? So I'm a firm believer an awful lot of people knew what was going on in RTE. And if you were telling me you used to know what was going on in RTE and other people that didn't go for the job, I'm not going to mention the names for simple reason I don't know if I'm allowed to mention names, but there's a lot of high profile people who I know are very ambitious people in RTE, and an opportunity of taking on Ryan Tubridy's job and hadn't they, I don't know what they had, because they must know something that we didn't know. And I'm sure you know what I'm saying, but there's something seriously wrong here when presenters have an opportunity of getting the biggest job in RTE. Because you know yourself, you had Gabe Bowen, you had Pat Kenny, you had Ryan Tubridy. These jobs don't come in few and far between. So was it known before March 2023 about Ryan Tubridy and these payments?
From what I can see in terms of the timeline, there is no relationship between these payments and the decision to step down from the Late Late Show.
Thanks, Mr.
Thank you, Deputy Fitzpatrick. I'm now going to call on Deputy John Brady to take the floor. You have 10 minutes.
Thanks. Firstly, I just want to welcome all our witnesses here this afternoon. I think it's a very important meeting, one of two, another one to follow suit tomorrow at the Public Accounts Committee. So just to thank you all for coming here, and I know a lot of the responsibility doesn't land on your shoulders. Probably one of the key people that should be here, unfortunately, isn't here, and hopefully she will take the opportunity at the earliest opportunity to come before this committee and the Public Accounts Committee. I'm also conscious that the makeup of our witnesses don't reflect the entire board, the executive or the board indeed. We have Mr. Short representing the staff as well, and I know there has been criticism of all members here, witnesses, that they have some direct involvement, but I think it's important to point out that distinction that Mr. Short represents staff and is in no way a member of any of the boards or executives. So just to make that point, just to clarify the issue, because there's some contradiction this afternoon in relation to Ryan Tubridy's exact position as to whether he's in contract or currently out of contract with RTE.
Yeah, so Ryan Tubridy is currently in contract. The contract that he was on in terms of for providing TV services as well as radio finished on the 31st of May. And there was a process to negotiate a radio-only contract, which at the moment is suspended.
Okay,
yeah.
That's suspended, and I suppose it's also important to point out the reason why we're here in the first place is because of a shady deal involving payments for Mr. Tubridy, the cover-up and the ultimate exposure of that cover-up, and that's why we're here today, and I think it's important to point that out. But unfortunately, we don't have all of the facts here. We have the Grant Thornton audit, but we don't have the audit or facts relating to the 2017 to 2019 payments. But in the opening paragraphs of the Grant Thornton audit, it makes reference to the previous contract in which Mr. Tubridy was on, the 2015 to the 2020, and the basis on which negotiations commenced with regard to the new contract, and it says that there was an opportunity with regard to the end of contract payment, an opportunity for the cost saving, that RTE would no longer be liable for the end of contract fee which was due in 2020. Can I ask what that end of payment fee was at the end of 2020?
So I think that, you know, as per the Grant Thornton report that you refer to there, the 120,000 was an end of contract payment which was not in fact paid. The purpose of the review by Grant Thornton is to ascertain the facts as to why it was deducted from the published figures. This understatement only came to light during an internal review validating prior published earnings requested by the RTE board.
Okay, so that 120,000 was not paid. Okay. Right. So, leading on from that, then, so we have a figure of 425. Is that what the overall figure that is?
Sorry, the 345.
345. Yeah. So that is just made up of the payments from the contract.
That includes the 120 you just mentioned.
Okay. Okay. Right, just in relation to the barter account, then, so that's solely operated by the commercial director. I'm right in saying that, am I?
Has been previously.
Okay, and again to refer back to the Grant Thornton report on page 5, where it talks about the consultancy fees. It says that the consultancy fees did not reflect the substance of the transactions. The talent agent did not provide consultancy. The talent did not provide consultancy. So many would construe that as a fraudulent invoice and a fraudulent payment based on that. Would you have a view on that?
Well, I think that the Arthur Cox review of who oversaw this said that there was nothing fraudulent or illegal about any of the transactions. And I've said it earlier, I'll say it again, a key piece of information is where consultancy fees came up. Despite trying to remember, there were multiple conversations about this. I don't remember whether that was suggested by the Director General, me, or Noel Kelly. And I've been 100% honest on this. So,
okay. So
yeah.
There's a view there that nothing is unlawful there. There's no fraudulent invoice. And that is being checked out by the law section within RTE. That's being looked upon as well.
We've been told, yes.
That's what you've been told, okay. And just in relation to the account itself then, how long is that account in place within RTE?
Probably since about 2015, I think.
2015,
Yeah,
so predates your tenure.
2014,
okay. And did anyone else have access to that account, or was it solely you that had oversight of it as the...
Well, I only became head of commercial in 2018.
In 2018, yep. And your predecessor, they had sole access to it then at that stage? So, yeah. Okay, because certainly the way it's portrayed here, and I'm sure the public would have a very, very strong view in terms of the lack of governance, the lack of oversight, what it was being used for in terms of different trips, golf outings, matches, that it was being used as some sort of a slush fund with no proper accounting mechanism in place. So it was off the balance sheet, and we now know that it was put on the balance sheet a couple of years ago. So I know, Mr. Collins, you spoke to it already. What led you to the decision to take it or to put it on the balance sheet? Had you concerns as to how it was being used?
Well, not concerns as to how it was being used, but I had concerns about as to how it was being accounted for. I mean, in terms of how it was being used, you know, we had a very senior director operating the account, and as I said before, you know, the Director General... Were
you concerned at the lack of governance and oversight?
I was concerned primarily with the accounting, that it was, first of all, that it was brought onto the accounts and that it was visible in the accounts, because it wasn't good accounting practice to have effectively a bank account sitting, you know, an RTE bank account sitting outside the RTE accounts and not recorded in RTE's books.
And just in relation to, we know in 2022 there was 25 reactions in relation to the barter account, and you said you've had a preliminary look at it. How does that compare with previous years once it came onto the balance sheet?
Yeah, I suppose, look, one of the reasons I wanted to bring it on in you know, when I joined RTE was because there was quite a lot of activity in it in 2019. So I think in terms of 2022, there was about 330,000 went through the account. In 2019, it was about nearly 500,000 went through the account.
Okay.
So you know, it was quite, it was quite significant.
Okay.
And just to add to that, if it's helpful, now bearing in mind it was COVID time, there was only 3 transactions in 2020 and 11 in 2021.
Okay. And can I ask that a 10-year record of the barter account be published and given to this committee and also to the Public Accounts Committee? I think it would be a very, very useful piece of work. So if that could be produced as soon as possible. And just again, in terms of the Grant Thornton report on page 15, the quotes here that the talents agent has also advised me that they have identified a substantial number of invoices on behalf of various other clients where the term consultancy fee is used. So that is Mr. Noel Kelly makes those remarks in terms of different invoices that have gone in using that consultancy fees that we've already been told here by, I think it was Mr. Collins, that the true nature of invoices were concealed essentially by using that terminology. So this substantial number of invoices, did they go through the barter account, the substantial number that Mr. Kelly's talking about?
I have no idea what those invoices...
Do we know where those invoices went?
I don't know what exactly he's talking about there. But they would have gone through. They didn't go through the fees account. If there were invoices for presenters for their services, they would have been handled through the fees account in the main RTE accounts.
Okay, so you've no knowledge of where any of those substantial number of invoices that Mr. Kelly's talking about that have gone in labelled consultancy fees that you refer to yourself as the true nature is to conceal their true purpose.
I'm not sure what he's talking about there. I'd have to see the invoices he's talking about.
Okay.
Can I just say, I thought that he was referring there to in his business rather than.
Well, it's not clear. Maybe not clear, but my interpretation, he was talking specifically about RTE, but maybe if we could get clarity on that. Just in terms of the 5-year contract that was negotiated with Ryan Tubridy, we know that the clause for 75,000 in additional payments to Mr. Tubridy. So, where is the writing that RTE agreed to underwrite that agreement? Is there a side letter? Is there something to?
I went through all the files to see if there was a side letter in relation to that. So it was a verbal agreement given by the Director General to Noel Kelly.
Verbal agreement?
Yeah.
Verbal agreement. So a
verbal agreement.
Okay.
Yeah.
And on that basis, it was deemed to be, legally sound, that there was, I think, commentary there from earlier on. I think it was Miss O'Leary again. She said there was an urgency to raise the invoices based on this verbal agreement that was in place.
Also, just to say, when I was reviewing the files, in one of the contracts that were returned, I think it was one of the draft contracts, there was a letter attached to the back from, I think it was from Noel Kelly's office for Dee Forbes to sign, which was a written version of this guarantee.
Written version of it?
Yeah.
Okay, so very, very unprofessional, very shady, very dodgy in my mind. Can I ask that the full contract, the 5-year contract, can we have a copy of that? Can that be furnished? And the tripartite agreement, can that be made public also?
Yeah, I'll find out.
Yep.
If that's legally possible, yeah.
Okay, and any other side letters that might have been signed off on or attached also, I think would be very, very useful. I just have a couple more questions there, Chair, if that's okay. Just in relation to the deal there for 75,000 and the obligations, perceived obligations on Ryan Tubridy to engage in 3 different public events or commercial gigs. Who made the decision, or where was the decision taken for RTE to pay out 47,000 to pay for those gigs that Renault had put on?
Well, if we go back to the beginning on the Renault commercial arrangement, it was, as I said previously, I was advised about it when the deal had been struck as part of the contract, and I was asked to represent it to Renault. The client was very clear from the beginning. They are a very loyal sponsor. They're our longest serving sponsor. And the client was very clear from the beginning that he would be he was coming to the end of year 2 of a 3-year contract. He said he would be very happy to facilitate a way that he could have Ryan Tubridy to host events, but he was very clear that it had to be cost neutral, and that was his words, that he was already well over halfway through an existing contract, and if we wanted it to happen, it would have to be cost neutral. That was the conversation that I had.
That was the conversation, but there was no written agreement around any of that, was there?
I had a number of email correspondence with him, yeah.
You have a number of email correspondence?
Yeah, but primarily I went to see him, but yes.
Okay, and I presume all of those...
Mr. Brady, I have to ask you to conclude.
Yeah, can I ask that that correspondence would be also made public as well? I find it absolutely unbelievable and astonishing that without any agreements, any side letters, any of that, the whole thing is extraordinary in the first instance when we're dealing with an organisation that on the face of it and being publicly stated that it was on its knees. We had people who were falsely being put on bogus self-employment contracts, and to see that process now at the same time when all of this is playing out in the public, that staff members of RTE who were put on bogus self-employment contracts have been felt that they were pressurised into taking payments of between 5 and I think €17,000, being pressurised into taking those payments, and at the same time we see all of this play out, I think absolutely undermines the credibility of RTE at a time when we need public service broadcasting more so than ever
to
challenge a lot of the untruths out there, and what has happened undermines that. So we have an opportunity here to rectify it all, but we need honesty.
Please, I have given you as much latitude as possible.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Senator Malcolm Byrne, you have 10 minutes and the floor is yours.
Great. Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks to our witnesses for coming here today. Can I start, Shun, by just saying that you did indicate early on that the second Grant Thornton review should be completed within 4 weeks. Will you give a commitment that you will come back before this committee when that review has been completed and to also answer questions at this stage? Great. Thank you. It seems very clear, and just following on from the last set of questions, that Noel Kelly seemingly is able to almost dictate contracts to RTE, and they're simply accepted. I mean, I find it unbelievable, the idea that you're operating off, partially verbal contracts. Can I ask, Adrian, how many people in RTE are represented by Noel Kelly?
I would need to...
Approximately. Or if Geraldine O'Leary or if one of your colleagues knows.
It could be 4 or 5.
Oh, okay. I do find it surprising the Executive Board don't know how many people are represented. Yeah. Okay. Who is in the room with Noel Kelly when these contracts are negotiated? Who was in the room when Noel Kelly negotiated Ryan Tubridy's contract?
So in the room, as I said earlier, the process is led by the CFO.
So the CFO was in the room with Noel Kelly?
Correct.
Was there anybody else in the room at the time?
Also support from legal.
Okay, so CFO, so the head of legal would have been aware of the contract?
Yeah, but it's not the head of legal. It's somebody who reports into the head of legal would also have been present.
Oh, okay, so we're negotiating the contract for the biggest star in RTE, and the agent for that person is in the room, and so the CFO at the time was there, and somebody from the legal department was there.
So there was a whole set of meetings, so some were attended by the DG, with the CFO and legal.
So at the very least, the DG's office, the CFO's office and the legal office within RTE would have known in all of these circumstances. Okay. The Executive Board then, you would have had a copy of Ryan Tubridy's contract. How many of you would have been aware, would you have been aware of Ryan Tubridy's contract?
So I wouldn't have had any input into the contract.
So even though, Adrian, you were the one who was charged with ensuring how many hours Ryan Tubridy was on air, you had to have complete knowledge of all of that. You didn't know what was in Ryan Tubridy's contract.
So what I would have received is not the actual contract or being involved in the drafting process, but I would have received some points around the number of hours required.
Okay, but you didn't know the full, you just knew that aspect, what he was expected to do for his contract, not, if you like, what RTE was going to pay Ryan Tubridy.
Oh no, I did know that. So I was copied in early January in a mail. So the reason I was copied on it is to do with the TV hours, but it had the bullet points, and as I said earlier, that's why I could see that Noel Kelly was. But
you weren't. When did you become aware of, Deputy Brady asked, the verbal agreement?
So I became aware of the verbal agreement. What day is today? It is.
But in recent,
literally this
last
week at like 3 a.m. on Monday, I became aware because I went to look for the contract that would the written agreement basically underwriting this.
Okay.
And I didn't find one. And then I discovered, in fact,
the detail
that a verbal agreement had been given on this Teams call on May the 7th, excuse me.
Okay.
So that was information I have maybe for 3 days now, that this is, because I couldn't understand why I couldn't find it in the correspondence. I was looking for it and I was going, where is the agreement in relation to the 75,000? Okay. And then I found out, actually, this was given verbally.
And was that there was a note was attached to the file, or did the DG inform you of this? Or
no, there's just a record of the Teams call.
Okay, a record of the Teams call.
Yeah.
Mr. Collins, I appreciate you only joined RTE in 2020, so you wouldn't have been in the room when the negotiation happened. Did your predecessor as CFO inform you as to the nature of the deal that was entered into?
No, I didn't discuss it.
Do you think it'd be unusual practice that you're taking over somebody in a job that?
Sorry, let me clarify that, because there's two elements to this contract. Okay, there's the standard part of the contract, like all the talent have, and then there was this second part to it, the commercial element, or the tripartite element. So the standard part was handed over to me to conclude. The commercial part I wasn't involved in.
So you'd no awareness of the commercial element?
I was aware that RTE were trying to put or broker a deal for Mr. Tubridy, that he would give him an opportunity to earn, increase his earnings with the sponsor and that, but that's as far as my involvement was.
I understand that from the RTE statement it was made clear that Jim Jennings, one of your colleagues on the executive board, that he was aware of the agreement with Renault. Did he discuss this with any others on the board? Did he discuss, and I'll ask each of you, so Adrian, Geraldine, Richard, Rory.
So from what I can see in terms of looking at all the emails, I can see that he received the contract. That's why I put it down here. But I haven't been able to clarify in terms of, I don't think he had any input. And from the mails I saw, there was a mail back to do with this is a commercial agreement, because Jim, of course, is editorial.
I know that, but according to your statement, he was clearly aware of this. So what I'm kind of wondering, he knew that there was a deal with Renault.
Yeah.
Did it come up, at executive board meeting at any stage where he said to any of you, folks, there is this deal with Ryan Tubridy with Renault?
So, not at the executive board. Again, this deal was being negotiated between, I think it was December and May from the dates that I can see. So all through that timeline, there's a whole set of mails about it. Because if you look at it, there are three pieces to this. There is his substantive contract, right, that's on the file. Then there is what's now known as the tripartite agreement. That tripartite agreement was only ever going to be activated, in my understanding, from what I saw in January, if there was a sponsor.
Okay.
So that's why when I went looking for this question around the guarantee, I went looking for the paperwork to see, well, surely this is underwritten.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I say, I have a number of other questions.
Yeah.
So to Geraldine O'Leary, you said you knew that the Astis or this barter account invoices, that they were for Ryan Tubridy. Yes. But why was it a case that RTE didn't require any names to be put on these invoices?
Well, again, to repeat, it was my first time having anything to do with talent contract, and I was just aware of confidentiality. I was just aware that, you don't. Pieces of paper around the office. I was just aware of confidentiality, so it was very clear in the conversations with the Director General, Noel Kelly, and I, that these were for Ryan Tubridy.
So the DJ Noel Kelly came in, and so what was the name that was put on these invoices?
They were invoiced to Noel Kelly's company.
Okay, so but there was no reference, obviously, to Ryan Tubridy. Okay, on this. Adrian, it comes back in response to my colleague Deputy O'Sullivan. You said that this, you became aware this was a commercial agreement with risk because of the nature of what's involved. Do you maintain a risk register within RTE?
So by that I was talking about in reference to the legal advice, because naturally in any negotiation there's a whole set of things that fall in and out, as I understand it. Again, I wasn't involved in this negotiation, but things fall in and out. So if you make a commercial decision, and the commercial decision was to guarantee payments to Ryan Tubridy, that is a risk.
Okay, but
there is a risk register. Yes.
There is a risk register. Okay, I'm going to just, so if I can come to Anne O'Leary, and I appreciate in terms of the work, the Audit and Risk Committee, because in many ways it was you bringing it to your attention. When you became aware in terms of all of this, did you have a discussion with Dee Forbes?
I did. I just told her that this had come up and that I was going to run it through the Audit and Risk Committee and that I was going to appoint Grant Thornton and Arthur Cox. And she said, follow whatever process you need to there. She didn't in any way make any comment. And Siún did attend all of the meetings then following on from that as well. So I made sure that it was well covered.
Oh, okay. I've got to appreciate, and I want to put both to yourself, Anne, and to Siún, both of you have very distinguished records in business. You have a lot of, accountancy and auditing experience. You know what has been going on, and you're hearing all of this, and you're coming to this for the first time. How can you have confidence in an executive board when you became aware of what are clear lapses of good corporate governance, where we're even hearing today around, contracts with RTE's top star, with bits of verbal agreements put on when other members of the executive board don't seem to know what's going on. Do you have confidence in the executive board, Anne?
The answer is yes, I do. I think since I started here, the amount of change we managed to do by improving internal audits, improving procedures, improving procurement, this came as a huge shock. Even managing to do things like the business continuity planning, which they didn't have very much of at the time they started. So I feel that the Audit and Risk Committee have made huge positive changes, and this came as a big surprise, but I think it's our challenge now to make sure we put the procedures in place to make sure that can never happen again.
Okay, Siún, because you spoke, and I entirely agree with you, this is around a question around culture. And I know when you became before our committee before, you talked about that, and we entirely agree with this. This is around the culture. And the problem is the perception that we have now is that there is a culture of secrecy, there is a culture of people operating in silos. Clearly, in terms of the contractual arrangements that are entered into, it's not normal HR or legal. So, can I ask, how can you have confidence in the culture that seems to exist now at senior levels?
I think what I'm explaining here is I actually don't have confidence in the culture. And that's the environment that the executive board is operating within. As professionals, that's a different matter, but I do have confidence in the people there, and I know because remember, we didn't know about this until the 19th of June, or the 6th, Friday.
Recent weeks,
and it's it is shocking. This is just a complete lapse of governance. It is a complete lapse. And the more we are looking into it, the more we realise, and I think in fairness to the executive board here, the more they realise how obvious the shortcomings that the culture has instilled in the organisation.
Okay, I have three quick final questions, which is about restoring.
30 seconds
Okay,
left.
well, I'm a regular attender, and I do want to get to these because I think it is important as to where RTE goes forward, because I do share the importance of good public sector broadcasting, and RTE needs to come out of this being transparent and accountable. One, and it follows on from Senator Warfield's question around, possible other contractual relationships outside of RTE in the same way as we as politicians. Do you believe that a register of interests should be established for the top talent in RTE? Secondly, will you publish the arrangement that has been entered into with Patrick Keelty concerning the Late Late Show from for this autumn? I think that's essential to restore public confidence. And finally, and I think this is a crucial question, as my colleague Senator Castles has mentioned, this is a small media market. And in straitened times, do you believe that anybody in RTE should be paid more than the Taoiseach?
I said it earlier that my opinion is that RTE is bidding against itself in the market and creating, and that's part of the culture as well, that maybe that applied at some point in time, but that's not the way the market is working. I think we all know that. And therefore that in itself, the market will decide, but RTE has to act in relation to that and identify the influence that they have in the marketplace in that sense. And so that in itself will determine the level in the market.
And very specifically, and I think Adrian might be the best one to, the register of interests and the Patrick Keelty arrangement, because I think it's in his best interests as well. But if there's going to be confidence in the late brand.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's two parties to that contract, Senator. In terms of the register of interests, that's definitely something we'll put down for consideration. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
If Patrick Keelty is not opposed, RTE are happy to publish the entire arrangement around the Late Late Show. Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator. I'm now going to call on Deputy Brendan Griffin. The floor is yours and you have 10 minutes.
Thanks, Chair. There are very few questions left to be asked, but actually there are loads of questions still to be asked, which is an indication of the mess that you're in. Could I just ask for the Chair and the Interim DG, actually, I'm going to go back 3.5 months. Ryan Tubridy said on his radio show on the 16th of March that he was stepping down from the Late Late Show at the end of that season. The following day, on a national holiday, the Chair of the Audit and Risk Committee gets contacted by Deloitte to say there's a problem. Now, I think that's an incredible coincidence of timing, isn't it? Or perhaps someone else in RTE knew before the 16th of March that there was a problem. So will you clarify that for me, please?
I can clarify that because obviously it's material here. So I went and checked to find out the date that Ryan Tubridy had a meeting with the Director of Content, and it was, I think it was 3 or 4 days before Patrick's Day. Definitely, because I looked.
So he knew that this was coming, so?
No, he didn't know it was coming. Oh. Yeah, he did not know it was
no
coming.
No one in RTE knew before the 16th of March. Ryan Tubridy makes this announcement out of the blue. And then the following day, just by coincidence, on a public holiday.
Well, if you think about it, so when it was discovered, that was obviously by the auditors, there was something unusual going on. That was the beginning of a process. So Ryan Tubridy wouldn't have been aware that these invoices, which were lawful, by the way, from his point of view, had been discovered.
Did anyone here have any contact to know anything about the invoices before the 16th of March?
Can I just say on that, Deputy, what was raised by the auditors with Anne on the 17th of March was about 2 payments. We had no idea who or what these were about.
So just to clarify, nobody here had any contacts or knew anything about this before the 17th of March? No? No, everyone? No one at all? Okay. Second of all, Dee Forbes. So last Friday, we met as a committee and it was agreed that we would invite you in. We'd also be inviting in the DG. PAC had met that morning and had agreed the same thing, they'd be meeting tomorrow. So you knew last Friday that this was going to be before the Oireachtas this week, okay? Now, did you ask Dee Forbes to resign? Did RTE call on Dee Forbes to resign?
When the Grant Thornton report was delivered to the Audit and Risk Committee, the Audit and Risk Committee made recommendations, and one of those recommendations was to ask for her resignation.
And did you ask for it?
I did.
On Monday?
On the Friday.
When you knew that we were raising this and this was going before the committee? And you thought that it was a good idea to call it on the person, the chief witness, you could say?
I didn't know that, like, I'm telling you.
You knew this was happening. This had blown up on Thursday.
Actually, I didn't know that this was happening.
Well, you went. Sorry, the statement was released before Friday.
No, I'm talking about the previous Friday.
Yeah. So basically, what we have here is Hamlet without the prince. Okay. Dee Forbes isn't here with us today. Who would be an invaluable witness. You asked her to resign last Friday. Is that what you're telling us?
I'm not telling you that. I said the previous Friday to that.
The previous Friday.
16th, yeah.
And would you not have thought that we as an Oireachtas would want to investigate this and that the DG in situ would be someone who could give us some accountability, give the public out there, people who are watching today, some accountability? Would you not have, when it was, we were told that her resignation was tendered last Monday, you accepted the resignation?
That's correct.
Why did you accept the resignation? Could you not have invoked clauses to ensure that the key witness would be here to answer questions, would be that we could compel that person who would still be in situ to answer the questions that the people of the country deserve to hear the answers to?
Yeah, perhaps, and she still has the option to come before the committee.
she has the option, but not as DG of RTE. Did you meet as a committee to discuss this?
Well, of course we met as a committee.
And you made an agreement as a committee?
The recommendation, as I said, from the Audit and Risk Committee was to ask for a resignation, and that was then affirmed to the board on the Monday.
Is there a clawback and malice clause in her contract?
Is
there a clawback clause, and will RTE be seeking compensation for monies lost?
I can't.
Has anyone even looked at that? Are you seeking reimbursement?
Can I just say that there's nothing to say that she personally gained from this?
No, but the organisation lost. The country, the taxpayers lost.
Yeah, but there's nothing to say.
Is there any clause in the contract, is what I'm asking? Is there any, has anyone even checked that?
I can't answer
Will you come back to me and let me know?
Yeah.
Now, the last time you committed to come back to us was in April when you were before the committee, and we haven't heard a dicky bird from you since. So I asked a number of questions that day. I didn't hear a word back since. That's 10 weeks ago. So you might take the committee a bit more seriously this time, please, because I didn't sense it the last time that we were taken seriously. Could I ask then as well, what did Dee Forbes tell you when she was questioned about these issues? Who approached her? And what did she say?
Once the Grant Thornton investigation started on, it was left over entirely to Grant Thornton and to Arthur Cox to discuss it with Dee. So I certainly didn't discuss it with her then.
Have you found out what her explanations were?
Anything that she explained would be in the Grant Thornton report.
And what advice was Dee Forbes referring to on Monday, and from whom was that advice received in her statement?
I have no idea.
I don't know. Who she would have received.
So that she always followed advice, but who was advising her?
I don't know. I mean, that's part of what's in the executive report, I guess, that there was advice received from legal when she was in negotiations of contracts. Yeah.
Can I just ask there, for the chair and the interim, have you or anybody here before us, Marty, used the barter account for corporate entertainment or travel? No. Has anybody here used it?
I have been involved in client entertainment where the barter account was used, and I have been post.
Okay, and could you give us an estimation of how much over the years you've been responsible for spending on that?
No, I would have to come back to you.
Will you come back to us with those details, with specifics?
Well, we've agreed that we're going to do look back at the whole 10 years.
And could I ask you as well, Charlie, did you resist efforts by your colleague, the CFO, to move the barter account onto the balance sheet?
Absolutely not.
In no way whatsoever, verbally or written?
Absolutely not. Completely agreed with them.
Okay. Can I ask if RTE offers any discounts to advertisers?
Yes, that's part of how we do our business. Yes, we do.
To what extent?
Well, we, in relation to over 90% of our business comes through media agencies, and we do deals with them. We do. They make annual commitments across all of their clients across all of our platforms, and then the clients within that get various discounts. And then there are also volume discounts, which maybe is what you're referring to, which are included in the contract, and if certain spend levels.
Why wouldn't you address, when you were asked by journalists last week to address the Sunday Independent story, why did you refer it to your legal representatives?
Because I had never been in this situation before. I was being inundated by journalists ringing my phone, and
you're in the situation because this is your job. Would you not be doing your job to answer questions?
No, I wanted to get advice. I wanted to get advice, and I want to make sure I represent my position correctly.
Okay. Do RTE personnel derive any benefits from advertisers?
No.
No corporate events. No, like we're not talking cars here. No, I'm talking any events, concert tickets.
Yeah, well, I mean, part of the job that I do is client and agency relationships. So yes, I have been brought to, a rugby match in the Aviva.
You call that deriving a benefit, so wouldn't you?
Would I call that a revenue benefit to go to a rugby match?
You might expand in writing to us subsequently the types of benefits that you have from advertisers.
We also do an annual declaration. I do an annual declaration every year where I state anything that I have received.
You might also clarify, which advertisers are receiving the discounts. Is that okay?
Well, all of our advertisers receive discounts. It depends on how much.
Well, how substantial are they? I mean, it would be important that we would know that.
Sorry, if I may, we issued a pretty strong response to the piece in the Sunday Independent, which we're happy to furnish the committee in relation to some of the things that were said about our commercial operations on Sunday.
If it could provide as much detail as possible, though, as well, specifics in relation to benefits that are derived by RTE personnel. Okay?
But I would just repeat that I do a statement every year as to anything I receive.
Okay. And just also as well, could I ask then that the letter, the side letter in March 2020, now, bear in mind that the Taoiseach had spoken from Washington on the 12th of March, I think it was. So the 20th of March, the side letter arrived, and this was stating that RTE will guarantee and underwrite the commercial agreement. And then it's referred to in the report last night there was some pushback. Who pushed back?
So that would have been legal advising around the risks of signing something like this.
Okay. That was it, though. Well, I mean, bear in mind as well, did not red flags go up? We're in the middle of COVID. The country was absolutely paralysed by COVID at this stage, and yet you're agreeing to underwrite and guarantee this. Did the commercial director or director of content not see this as something that needed to be brought to the Audit and Risk Committee?
I was not. I'm the commercial director, and I was not aware of any underwriting commitment until.
And
in the last
yourself, Mr. Collins?
I wasn't involved in those negotiations at all. I wasn't consulted on them. I wasn't asked for advice.
Should you have been? Should you have been?
Absolutely.
Were you asleep in the job? So
no, I wasn't asleep. I wasn't involved. I wasn't asked to.
But do you need to ask? I mean, were you aware that this was going on?
Well, I was, as I said earlier, I was aware that RTE were attempting to put an arrangement in place with the sponsor to help with the income. Can I just some background to this as well? You've got to remember when this was all happening.
That's okay. I accept your response. Could I ask all of you, do you accept that when the most recent figures were published, the top 10 earners in February, just not that long ago, that you would have all seen what Ryan Tubridy's figure was and would have known that that was wrong, and you did nothing and said nothing?
Absolutely not. I absolutely believe
no one knew anything was wrong. Mr. Collins, you're Chief Financial Officer, and you didn't know this was wrong, and you said it did nothing.
No, did not.
You reject that?
Sorry?
And you reject that, and so there you.
As I've said previously, I was only aware of the 75 grand element. I never saw, never discussed the.
There's quite a discrepancy there.
I was not aware of his overall salary.
And will you commit, given that the side of the House that I represent, the organisation that I'm in, the top 220 earners have their salaries published, would you maybe go a little bit further than the top 10, as was referred to earlier, and at least go to the top 100 or the top, everyone over 100,000? I think it's time now maybe, because in terms of rebuilding trust in the organisation, is this something you'll do immediately?
I think that, we can put it into any review, of course, and there's a whole set of actions we're now going to take. I'd just like to also say that in terms of publishing the top 100 or whatever, most people in RTE are not paid a lot of money. That's a very important thing to say in terms of the staff. So, just to say that.
Could I just ask then as well, will there be a code of conduct, or is there a code of conduct, given that your top presenters have audiences regularly of hundreds of thousands of people, and are people of significant public influence, is there a code of conduct, or do you need a code of conduct, or do you need to upgrade it?
Yeah, there's an internal code of conduct in terms of behaviour, which is part of the staff manual.
Okay, can I ask, why did you switch from Deloitte to Grant Thornton, and do you not think that damages the reputation of Deloitte?
Do you want me to answer?
Yes.
I certainly don't intend to do that, and they've been our auditors for quite a while, and I've relied on them greatly. However, during the period that I've been on the board, Grant Thornton have already given me and the board specific advice about other things, and I find them incredibly reliable, and I find that they react very quickly. There's no intention to besmirch Deloitte in any way. It's just I've a better relationship.
Can I add to that, if you don't mind? Because the board is independent of the organisation, and it was the board who commissioned Grant Thornton to do this, just to be clear.
Could I ask, why was Dee Forbes not provided an opportunity to respond to the report that you issued last night?
So, yeah, and that's why we put it at the front, just to be clear, that other third parties...
We know what you did, but why didn't you do it?
Yeah, that was about getting the information out to the public as quick as possible, but being sure enough of the facts.
But your organisation would know a bit about journalism. One of the basic principles of journalism, you provide a right of reply, but you didn't in this case. Why is that?
No, we didn't.
Were you afraid of the response?
No.
No. And just going back to the resignation of Dee Forbes, and you calling for that, do you now think it's a matter for yourselves to consider your own positions, having made such a monumental error in denying the people of the country an opportunity to have the questions that need to be answered? Do you not think now yourselves you've made such a massive error in this regard that you need to consider your own positions in the board?
I don't know what to say to you. Those were decisions that were taken.
Do you accept that that was a mistake now? The fact that me as a member and my colleagues don't have an opportunity to ask the questions we want to ask of the former DG because the resignation was accepted on Monday, remarkably 2 days before this hearing.
Yeah, and it wasn't for that motive. That wasn't the motivation. I mean,
how do you think people feel though, looking in at that? It happens 2 days before the hearing. There's a resignation, and you accept it as a board, and then the following day there's a damning report of the same person.
Well, the report came from the executive. Just to be clear, our decisions taken around that were what we agreed as a board, because we felt that what had happened was shocking.
It was shocking. Everyone agrees what happened was shocking. It is shocking. What's going on is still shocking. But do you not accept that that was a huge error on your part because you've denied the people an opportunity for further interrogation in relation to this?
Well, I accepted her resignation, or the board accepted the resignation.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you, do you accept it was a monumental mistake on your part?
If that's your opinion, I'll accept
I've asked you a question. I didn't give you an opinion. I asked you, do you accept that it is? Do you either yes or no?
I said, if that's
you either agree with me or you disagree with me. Which is it?
Okay, so...
You'd do it again tomorrow, that's what I'm asking, would you?
Well, as I said already, the DG still has an opportunity to come before this committee.
You know that our remit only stretches so far. You know that well.
Yeah.
So what I'm asking you now, will you accept that you made a mistake, or do you stand over your decision?
Well, I stand over the decision that the board took. Maybe in hindsight now, what you're saying that, you know, this was...
And did anyone in the committee...
We took the legal advice on it, and that was what we did.
Did anyone in the board flag that actually maybe there would be some public scrutiny deserved by the people on this, and that having the DG still in situ to answer questions would be a good idea? Did anyone think of that?
No.
Was that raised by anybody at the board?
We didn't talk about that, no.
Didn't talk about that, because we don't matter to you, and that is the bottom line. The people don't matter to you.
I don't think that's fair.
And the fact that 10 weeks ago you were before our committee, asked a number of questions, you didn't even come back to us since then. That's how much regard you have for the Oireachtas, that's how much regard you have for the people, and I think your actions this week in seeking the resignation and accepting the resignation sum that up.
And we will now move on. Can I call on Deputy Kieran Cannon? You have 10 minutes.
Firstly, the question asked earlier on whether or not RTE intends to establish a register of external interests or a register of participation in external events. RTE is hopefully about to undergo a process of forensic and deep reform, and Tim Davey, when he was appointed to the BBC, which was going through similar, maybe not as difficult a challenge, said that trust in impartiality is not a nice to have, it's the very essence of who we are, the bedrock of why people come to the BBC, and equally it's the bedrock of why people repeatedly come to RTE over and over again, to be able to trust what they're hearing and seeing is impartially delivered. And Mr. Lynch, in response, you said that RTE would consider this. I think it's absolutely essential that RTE goes way beyond considering this, and RTE commits to putting such a register in place, because it is not appropriate that individuals who have extraordinary power to shape public opinion, much more so than anybody sitting around this table, have side deals going on, perfectly legitimate from a legal perspective, but from an impartiality perspective, they are not acceptable. And if such deals are ongoing, and people are being paid handsome amounts of money above and beyond what they're being paid for through their salary, the public needs to be aware of that in order to trust. So I'd ask that question again, will RTE establish such a register?
Yeah, I think that firstly just to say it is not a case that the staff in RTE can just enter into commercial agreements at all. Anything would have to be approved to begin with. The register seems like a perfectly good idea, but I think in terms of the incoming DG and having spoken to him this week, that his plan is in terms of corporate governance that there would be deep reform. So we know in this incident, in this actual event, corporate governance has failed completely, but I think it is not systemic within the organisation in terms of actually sitting the exec board. It is not systemic. I would say that in terms of the controls that are in place, and that are run. It's just a point I have to make, that there are controls in place. In this particular incident, they were overridden,
Mr. Collins, when an auditor is doing an audit, they would contact perhaps the CFO or a department head if they came across a particular matter that they somehow confused them or mystified them, in an attempt, one would think, to resolve it before it was escalated to anybody higher. Did Deloitte, prior to March the 17th, when the audit chair was elected, did them before that contact you or anybody in your department or any department head in an effort to find out what exactly was going on with these payments before it was escalated to the head of audit?
Yes, they did. And they asked me for an explanation of these invoices. I spoke to the Director General, I got an explanation from her, and I relayed that back to Deloitte. Deloitte weren't happy with that explanation. Deloitte then spoke directly with the Director General. I understand they weren't happy with the explanation she provided them with then, and at that stage they referred the matter up to the ARC.
Do you think, and I'll ask this of all the people that are appearing before us today, that the public find it exceptionally difficult, if not impossible, to believe that an arrangement could have been put in place with Ryan Tubridy, a highly unusual arrangement, one that went above and beyond normal corporate practices within RTE, and that only one person in the whole organisation was aware of it, only one person dictated that it would occur. Despite that same person, who, as Deputy Griffin pointed out, can't appear before us now, despite that same person having sought, as she's pointed out in her own statement, substantial and ongoing advice from the legal team within RTE, from the financial management team within RTE, do you accept that the public find it exceptionally difficult to accept the element of your statement last night, that ultimately the responsibility for this and the knowledge around this particular arrangement rests with one individual and only one individual?
Yeah, I think we need to break it down and go, Ryan Tubridy's actual contract is obviously a lawful contract. His substantial, what's called the 5-year contract. The tripartite agreement would be a lawful commercial arrangement, and is. Yeah, whatever you think about it, it is, right? Where this entire story changed was the decision to underwrite that agreement, because the consequence of that meant that the figures that were published were inaccurate. And just to be completely clear about it from my own perspective, I did not know anything about these payments, how they were made. I did not know that they would impact the top 10 earnings, So I had very little knowledge, just to be completely clear about it,
Mr. Collins, your explanation, such as it is for the €120,000 extra for Ryan Tubridy, is that it's a loyalty bonus. That was the phrase that was used. Were you involved in devising this bonus? Do you know, during the process of putting it in place, was Ryan Tubridy actually aware that this was ongoing? Those two questions.
No, that bonus was put in place when his 2015 to 2020 contract was agreed, so that would have been back in 2015, before my time, so I had no involvement.
Okay. Mr. Lynch, you mentioned earlier on in the response to Senator Cassell's that you were not aware of how the Tubridy pay deal was, and the phrase you used was operationalised. What do you mean by that?
What I mean, in terms of from a commercial perspective, how it was operationalised. So I would have had no knowledge of the fact that it was paid from the barter account. I would have had no knowledge that it was cost neutral. So that is, again, I would say in terms of corporate governance and an integrated exec working in a functional way, an issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ms. Nirali, why did you not think it appropriate to inform the public when you had an opportunity on TV last week that you had sought the resignation of Dee Forbes?
So to clarify, I sought her resignation. It wasn't forthcoming, and then we went into a disciplinary process. And the legal advice around that, I was advised that we couldn't say she was suspended because of labour laws. However, we took the decision that we would take that on board and make it public that she was suspended because the damage that was being done to the organisation outweighed whatever the risk was of saying that publicly. That was what happened.
Thank you. Anne O'Leary, if I recall correctly, in one of your responses to Senator Warfield, you said, and correct me if I'm wrong here, that you had concerns about the contracts that had been undertaken with Noel Kelly's clients, and you're looking to do a further investigation. Did I mishear you? Or?
No, you're correct on that.
What are those concerns?
I was uncomfortable with the idea that something would be put down as consultancy, and that with no definition of what that was. It didn't seem like an ordinary transaction to me. So I suggested to the ARC committee that perhaps at the next meeting we would put that on the agenda and see if an internal audit could be done. And then if it turns up that that's perfectly okay, then we can let the matter lie. If it throws up further concerns, then I would get, again, either Grant Thornton and Arthur Cox to come in and take a look at it.
Okay. And maybe perhaps for Mr. Lynch, the tripartite agreement, as it has now been described, wasn't signed by anyone at all, as far as I can gather from looking at the Grant Thornton audit report, until after the first payment was made. Was only signed by NKM in April of 2023 after Grant Thornton were called in, and as far as I can determine, was never signed by anyone at all in RTE. Is that the case, and if so, why?
Yeah, so I think that in terms of that, so my expectation was, when I went through the paperwork, that the tripartite agreement would refer to 75,000 within it. So in fact, it didn't, because while, as I understand it, well, actually, it doesn't relate to the guarantee. I think in terms of the sequencing of events, in 2020, obviously we had COVID, and the events didn't happen until 2022. So everything was getting pushed around, and this agreement then was between the commercial partner, NKN Management, and RT.
The main reason for the agreement was that the commercial partner, because everything took some time, and then we had COVID was a major factor, wanted to make sure it was in writing what was agreed and what the events were going to be. So that was done in conjunction with the client.
Two final questions, and I'll finish then. Just going back to Mr. Collins, just to be clear, when I spoke earlier on about Deloitte, initial concerns around the arrangement, when exactly did they come to you to express their concerns? Can you recall what that date was, approximately?
Approximately early March.
Early March, okay. And finally, just going back to Anne O'Leary, could you just expand a little, when you say you have ongoing concerns about the NKM arrangements and the contracts that are negotiated, what are they exactly, and how do you intend to?
Perhaps my concerns are that I haven't had a a good look at them, and I don't feel satisfied that I understand exactly what's gone on there. So maybe it's just to satisfy myself first.
So you have no concerns about the actual, well, I suppose you haven't sufficient knowledge of them yet to be able to determine?
I have concerns that I don't understand it properly, and my best route to solving that is to get an internal audit done. Then at least I'll be able to have a look to see if I've got more serious concerns, and then I can get an external person to come in to take a look.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Canon. It comes to me now, and can I just take this opportunity to thank you all very much for being here with us today. I find some of the answers bizarre, to be very, very honest, to be very, very frank. And I just want to say maybe at the outset that the clear agenda for today are these secret payments, how they came about, how they were covered up, how this committee was deceived in terms of those payments, how the government was deceived. And that's all. I'm very mindful of the fact that over the last 3 years we have done a huge amount of work, all of this committee have, on funding the future of good public broadcasting. And every time, and Mr. Lynch, you were in here in front of us on numerous occasions, every time the main focus of your discussion and your argument and your presentation coming in here was the financial constraints of RTE. So it is just really shocking, and I have to say I'm really still struggling after everything I've heard over the last 3 hours to come to terms with it. If I could begin with you, Mr. Lynch, can I ask you who negotiated Patrick Keelty's new contract for the Late Late Show?
So that would be the CFO with legal advice and then input from the Director of Content.
Is there anybody here of the executive can enlighten us about that contract and about that deal?
I negotiated the deal, yes.
Okay. And can I ask you, have the board sight of what that deal is and what the makeup of that deal is?
No, I don't think so.
Well,
The board, the deal was discussed with the chair.
yeah.
Yeah.
As in the chair of the board. Do you mean the executive board or?
So I mean, to begin with, who negotiated the deal of the executive board, naturally, with Mr. Keelty?
So it was me, the CFO. I negotiated the deal.
Okay. And have you made the board or just the chair aware of what that deal is?
No, I've made the chair of the board aware of the deal.
And are you satisfied with that deal, Chair?
Well, that deal still has to come before the audit or the remuneration committee of the board.
And can I ask you, when will that deal, I know it was touched on here, when will that deal be made public? Because I think it's in the public interest now for the future of the Late Late Show even, as an entity, what that deal comprises of. When will that be made public? Mr. Lynch, I suppose you're here as DG.
So, yeah, there's two parties to that deal. So, it will depend on the other party.
Okay, well, how soon do you think you can do that? I'm sure you can have a conversation with that other party tomorrow. How soon can you make this committee and the public aware of what that deal comprises of? Because I did hear Mr. Keelty's response yesterday, and I know he's not here to answer for himself. It was far from satisfactory. But I'm asking you, as the people who negotiated that deal, when will you make this committee and how soon can you make this committee, assuming that the other party is agreeable to that also, which they should be?
Yeah, so if Mr. Keelty is satisfied with it, we can then publish it.
But can I just add to that it still has to come before
Oh, yeah.
the remuneration committee?
And how soon are they going to be meeting, Ms. O'Reilly?
Friday.
On Friday, okay. So all things going well, there's no reason why this committee can't be fully informed of this as early as Friday evening, Monday morning at the latest. Is that a fair assumption?
If Mr. Keelty is...
Okay, well, I think we're agreeing to that, assuming that everybody goes along with it, and if somebody is not in agreement with that, I would ask you that you would inform the committee of that, okay? I find it extraordinary, and perhaps there's more to go on this, that nobody of the executive here today, and we haven't had the opportunity to go through each and every one of you, can answer the very straightforward question of NK management and how many of your talent base that company actually represents, because I'm not a member of the executive or the board. To my mind, from what I'm hearing, Mr. Lynch, it is far more than 4 or 5. Can I ask you, of the executive board, okay, because my biggest concern is here, nobody seems to know, the right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing on the executive, okay? Can I ask you, Mr. Colby, have you any idea how many of the star talent base, we'll say, within RTE are dealt with and represented by NK management?
Well, I can say, like Adrian said, I think of the top 10, I think it's in and around 4 or 5. Beyond that,
I'm asking broadly in RTE. There surely, if somebody knows how many come in on behalf of the stars within RTE to negotiate on their behalf.
Just to say, I play no hand, act or part in negotiating contracts with talent. I have nothing to do with it, but it is, you can see in the
You're head of strategy,
I
okay, so
agree.
surely you should know or would have an idea, surely that comes up at executive meetings. Because he's obviously a big player within RTE. How many, and maybe you can't answer the question,
don't know exactly, but
it's
fair to say it's a considerable number, and we can provide that to you.
Okay. Can I ask you, CFO, if you know?
I don't know the exact figure, no.
Okay.
Can I just clarify, sorry, I thought you were talking about the top 10. That's why
No, I want to go much broader than that, okay? Geraldine?
I have no reason to know, but I'd say it is definitely double figures. Yeah.
But we don't know. And Adrian, you don't know either?
Yeah, I would say it's probably 10 or 11.
In its entirety?
In its entirety, in RTE?
Yes. When can you furnish us with that detail? Because I think that's hugely important. He's a very major key player in all of this, and we haven't got to that yet. But how soon can you give us that information?
Yeah, I'll give you that immediately. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I ask one question, Chair? Just in,
we'll get to you.
Yeah,
I'll give you that at the end. Okay. Siún, I'm going to ask you a question. What level of delegation do the board give to the DG in relation to the negotiations and contracts for somebody like Mr. Keelty who's coming in? And was there any sort of level of reporting requirements made by the board? We'll say in this new contract that's coming up.
Yeah, so the process, apart from the Director General's own contract, the process is for the executives themselves to run, and so when contracts, whether it's for talent or any other contract, are being negotiated, there is a system that they operate in there in terms of talent.
My question is, what part does the board play? Or I mean, what's the conversation, or how often is it?
Yeah. So within the remit of the subcommittee of the board, the remuneration committee, there's an onus on the DG to bring forward anything in relation to top talent. And
okay, so I'm going to be specific, okay, because let's move forward, and we're talking about the new presenter of the Late Late Show.
Okay.
What level of input would the board have had in, being aware of or sending the executive off to negotiate that deal, coming back and reporting? As you say, you're coming back on there. That's to be approved, we'll say, on Friday by your own board. What's the input there that the board have on those? Do you give them any requirements, any set time frame to do it, any limitations on what can be achieved, or I suppose how far the deal can go?
Well, no, we don't, is the answer to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, in other words, the executive can do what they like, go as far as they like with the negotiations or with the deal, and come back to you, and you literally have to either agree to it or disagree.
Yes, that is the way.
And your first experience, I suppose, of that would be on Friday when this new deal is to come back. Okay, that's fair enough. Robert, I'm going to come to you next, because you haven't had an opportunity to be part of this conversation, and I'm very glad to see you here today, and I have a sense. Can I ask you, how long have you been on the board of RTE?
2018.
And you're there as?
I'm there as a staff representative, so I have to go through an election.
Yeah.
So I succeeded, excuse me, Angus McGreena. And then Angus's, I served out the rest of Angus's term, and then I was re-elected unopposed for a second term, which ends in November of next year.
Okay, so you're there since 2018. Can I ask you, how would you describe the relationship of the board with the executive?
It's a working relationship.
Is it an open one? Is there a good relationship? Is there many conversations about how things are operating within RTE?
Yes, the members of the executive will present before the board on different issues as they arise in the normal course of business. We have more detailed engagement on the Audit and Risk Committee, of which I'm a member, with the Chief Financial Officer, with Richard Collins. So, yes, the operation and the interaction between the executive and the board is a working relationship and is a functioning working relationship.
Can I ask
notwithstanding what we've seen emerge over the course of the last couple of months.
Can I ask you, how would, if the board were, there was good interaction and there was good openness and transparency, how could something like this have gone on for years without the board being aware?
Well, the first opportunity...
What's your explanation for that?
Well, my explanation of it is that the first time this surfaced as a point of inquiry, right? The first time this surfaced was when the auditors uncovered 2 transactions about which they had questions. And they came to Anne as Chair of Audit and Risk, alerted to that, came to the scheduled Audit and Risk committee meeting where they briefed us in more detail about it. We took the actions that we did, which you know about now. So from that narrow perspective, in terms of what went on, if that's what you're referring to these 2 transactions and everything that has arisen from them, like the functioning of the board was, dare I say it, quite efficient in pushing this on to its conclusion, which was the publication of that report on the 16th of December to us, the Audit and Risk Committee. We gave it to the full board with recommendations for the full board meeting the following Monday. And here we are a week later. So, you know, from that narrow perspective, I mean, if you're talking about something going on, going back years, could you be a little bit more specific? Are you talking about this kind of wider cultural issues that has been raised in the course of today's questionings? Are we talking about the specific, everything that has flown from and emerged from these 2 transactions, which was the beginning of all of this? Because if it's just about those 2 transactions, I'm very satisfied, and I'll stand over the actions that we took. Okay, then go your
first option, the broader perspective on all this.
So if you're talking about cultural issues, I have to agree with what the Chair said earlier in relating the conversation that she had with Kevin Backhurst, the incoming Director General. I mean, this is a personal view, but I know that it would be the view of many members of staff. People feel uncomfortable with very high salaries going to presenters. People are very aware, and again, this is my view, our industry is changing at lightning speed, right? RTE has gone from an organisation where perhaps 2/3 of the revenue was commercial and 1/3 came from the licence fee, to now less than half of our income comes from commercial. Most of it, the majority of our funding, comes from the licence fee. Now, I think that has implications. We are becoming more of a public service broadcaster. We're still operating under an act where we are dual funded, but the industry that underpins that act has left that framework that we have to operate under. You know, it's almost obsolete. And I think it's incumbent on us to consider that as the industry that we're working in changes, that we have to rethink that relationship, and we have to consider whether or not, as we become more of a public service funded broadcaster, that the kind of commercial relationships that were part of the old model need to be looked at again. Now, quite what the bar is, or somebody asked, I think it was Senator Byrne asked, should anybody be paid more than the Taoiseach? But they're exactly the type of questions that we have to engage with, and they're the type of questions which no doubt will come up as part of this cultural review. And I know that many staff, they're actually welcoming this cultural and governance review, and they expect to make a very full input into that, and I'll be bringing their views as well at board level as that review gets underway.
Okay. Adrian, you wanted to say something on my questions?
Just earlier, you just brought up one point around clarifications around the payments. And I was wondering, because obviously we're here today and very happy to answer any question that hasn't been answered. So is there a question around the payments that we can clarify or give you more information on?
Colleagues, well, we will do that maybe in a wrap-up. How about that?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a lot more questions, folks, but I'm obviously conscious I have to let other colleagues in as well. My clerk has just reminded me here. Do you need a break, or are you happy to keep going? You all happy to keep going? Okay. So my colleagues who remain and have questions remaining aren't I won't say not normal members, but they're not members of this committee, so I won't be able to give you all 10 minutes, okay? I think you can accept that. I'm going to extend it to 3, possibly 5 minutes each, okay? It's the best I can do because we have quite a long list who have submitted to actually get on asking questions. I'm going to firstly go to Deputy Michael McNamara.
The issue of self-employment and bogus self-employment is contentious, right across Ireland, including in RTE. How much has RTE settled with the revenues since 2020 over bogus self-employment, if anything?
I'm not sure of that figure, but we can provide it to you.
Mr. Collins, who's Chief Financial Officer?
We've settled 1.2 million.
You've paid revenue 1.2 million for bogus self-employment. You talked about the scope exercise, Mr. Lynch. What's the contingent liability on that? I mean, obviously there's a lot of cases going involving RTE at the moment. What's the contingent liability?
Well, I don't know whether I'm at liberty to say that. All I can say is we have provided for it.
More or less than 1.2 million?
More, significantly more.
Significantly more?
Yeah.
All right. And you don't think you're at liberty to tell the Oireachtas Committee how much is at stake here?
Well, it wouldn't be usual to discuss provisions that companies have in their balance sheets, but I can advise you that we have made significant provisions.
One of the previous speakers, Brendan Griffin, asked if anybody knew before the 16th of March, and all of you said none of you did. Then you subsequently answered Kieran Cannon when Deloitte came to you and you said early March. Do you want to elaborate on?
Well, the issue was raised. I mean, it went to board level or ARC level on the 16th or 17th, but it was as part of the audit. It was raised with me ultimately at the end of the audit, when the final queries were being raised in the audit, so it was raised with me at that stage.
Okay. The Patrick Keelty deal, is that fully signed off on now? Is that legally binding on the organisation?
No, it's not, because it needs to go before the Remuneration Committee.
So it's not legally binding as it stands?
I don't know.
It is or it isn't? I mean, you're not.
I don't know. I'm not. I don't
you might. If it goes wrong, you might be sued on the back of it. So would it not be beneficial to know? Can you, as acting Director General, can you tell us, Mr. Lynch, is it legally binding or not?
So it was the Director of Content who negotiated with the CFO. So I'm not sure if it's actually signed. I believe so.
Right. You're not sure if it's signed by RTE on your side?
The contract is signed on both sides.
Okay. And it's legal there. Okay, thanks. And you can't tell us how much it's for until he gives his permission?
Well, I think we should wait and just get his approval.
Would we know about any of this Ryan Tubridy thing if the Irish Independent hadn't got their hands on it last week, or would you be asking Ryan Tubridy if it was okay to divulge it?
You're talking about in terms of these payments that have been made. So we would, because obviously the board, in terms of their controls, had identified that there was an issue back in March.
Okay, but we didn't. The public, would we know? The public, the license. Some of us who pay license fees, would we know? Is my question. Would the Oireachtas know about the Ryan Tubridy thing if the Irish Independent hadn't got their hands on it? Because you're telling us you'll tell us about the Patrick Keelty one if and when he agrees. So would we know about the Ryan Tubridy overpayments if it hadn't been leaked somewhere? The Irish Independent hadn't gotten their hands on it.
So it was identified in terms of, well, do you want to explain it, Shane?
Yeah. Once the Audit and Risk Committee authorised Grant Thornton to do it, they did the report, and as soon as we saw the report and the seriousness of it, we did a statement on it, and as a result, it came out. So it wasn't because of the leak in
So
the
it was
press.
just fortuitous that the Irish Independent had been asking questions around the same time?
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks. Is everything that RTE broadcasts public service broadcasting, or just some of it?
I would say that it is everything that it broadcasts in terms of appealing to broad audiences, yes.
Right, okay, so you don't differentiate between commercial and public service. Everything is put from Dancing with the Stars right through to reruns of Dynasty or something like that. It's all public service. Just to ask, because you know this, I suppose people are annoyed about this because this Ryan Tubridy contract, and I don't want to personalise it about him. I mean, he's entitled to earn as much as he can. I mean, he's obviously a talented individual, but it was being negotiated at the same time as RTE were closing Lyric and Limerick to save money. How does RTE determine the worth of a presenter? I mean, in Britain, it's clear. If you want to hold on to somebody, you have to pay them more than your commercial rival will pay them. It's very clear in Ireland that your commercial rivals are not going to pay anything like the sums that you are paying people. If they leave RTE, well, then they have to leave to go. If they leave for money, then they have to leave to go either to North America or, well, depending on their language skills, they can go wherever they want, but generally North America or the United Kingdom. If they go there, they're not competing with RTE. So I just don't know how do you, it's a bit like Irish footballers, League of Ireland footballers. I mean, if you're Roy Keane, you know, you move on to Man United or you stay with Cove Ramblers, but there's a difference in what you get paid. So how on earth do you determine the worth of somebody?
So I think actually to Robert's point earlier, because obviously the entire media industry is shifting, and I think over time you'll see that fees will shift with that. It's more internationalised now and so on. So in terms of this market, it has changed significantly in the last 5 years, 6 years, you know, in terms of fee levels and so on. So if you go back in time, and I know Deputy McGrath was talking about salaries that were paid 10 years ago, over this period of time, I think in terms of top talent, that has come down by, would it be about 35%, Richard?
40%.
It's come down by about 40%. And much of that is driven by the fact that, you know, how people consume media has changed.
But you're still paying 100% more to the most talented people. I'm not saying that they couldn't earn more in Britain. I mean, many of them, of the top 10, I can think of a couple of current affairs presenters who had very successful careers in Britain, and I'm sure could go there tomorrow and perhaps earn a lot more money.
Absolutely.
But either way, it's not competition for you if they go there. Their slot just gets filled by somebody else. So, I mean, how do you justify paying a lot more to these people than any commercial rival can pay?
I suppose to your point, in a way, it depends on the particular individual, and then, you know, whether they are able to compete in the international marketplace or not. That's obviously one of the key things. But I think, you know, in terms of being a public service broadcaster, there's a mix of considerations. And, you know, we have some really brilliant broadcasters in RTE, you know, who add significant public value in terms of the quality of their journalism and so on. So that is, there's a lens of things that you look at it through, you know.
Okay, we'll have to move on, if that's okay.
Just for a very brief second,
Sure.
could I just, on Deputy McNamara's questioning, I'm a little confused. Could I just get clarification on the timeline of when Delight contacted you? Mr. Collins, were you contacted before Anne O'Leary about Delight?
That's right, yeah.
About the problem?
Yeah.
But earlier when I asked, you told me, and I asked, did anyone know before St. Patrick's Day? You said no. So sorry, no. What's the truth?
Sorry, well,
you're in the Oireachtas Committee.
Yeah, okay. Well, look, I apologise for that. I was as part of the executive. Deloitte were dealing with the executive first before it was referred up to.
So you did know before the 16th of March?
Yeah, I knew early March.
Did you have any contact with Mr. Tubridy between then and the 16th of March about the issue? None whatsoever? Or his agent?
No.
Or anybody connected to him? Or did anybody from RTE have contact with him? Or from your office?
Not that I'm aware of.
Before the 16th of March? Not that you're aware of?
No.
Could anybody else answer that now? Because I think we were, look, at best misled earlier.
It would be my understanding, looking at the dates, which I have checked, that if this issue was flagged on March the 17th, it would have been impossible for Ryan Tubridy to have known.
No, sorry, no. It was flagged before that. Your Chief Financial Officer has just told me that it was flagged before that. Now, earlier, Ms. O'Leary told me the 17th of March she was contacted, but now Mr. Collins has said he was contacted.
I can just clarify, the issue, was...
The truth is important here now.
Yeah, no, the issue was flagged whenever it was, early March at that stage. But it wasn't investigated. The Director General was spoken to. I was spoken to. Then the Director General was spoken to. The investigation didn't.
Did the Director General have contact with Mr. Tubridy before the 16th of March?
I don't know.
You don't know? Well, I don't know. Again, we'll never know that, I suppose, will we?
Yeah.
Okay, now moving on, can I ask Senator Timmy Dooley? The floor is yours. And
Thanks
you have
very much,
3
Chair,
minutes.
and just to thank the witnesses for coming before us today. Also, I think what we've seen over the past week is the worst of RTE and the best of RTE. The worst in terms of the revelations and, quite frankly, the way they have been handled. And I think the best of RTE in the way in which your journalists have held you to account in the way that they do us. So that's an important thing to get on the record. I think from people that I've spoken to in RTE, they're absolutely disgusted. And I don't want to layer that on. They really are disappointed. They're furious and they're angry. And people that I spoke to today are angry with your statement, Adrian, of yesterday. The Taoiseach made it very clear in the Dáil that the government don't believe you. I think his exact words, we do not believe that the former DG was the only person with knowledge of these events. That's in direct response to your statement. So I'll go through my preamble and happy to hear it. That's pretty serious. If RTE on the one hand are trying to fight for survival, you need the government on board for that. You need the public on board. And if you think, and it's hard to know what your strategy is, but it seems to me to be give as little as you can until you have to. That's not going to wash. It's not washing with the public, it's not washing with the government, and it's damaging, and it continues the damage to the organisation and to the staff that you work with and represent and attempt to lead. And here's one thing that Mr. Lynch, I need you to try to help me to understand. And it's this issue about you're placing everything on the fact that you didn't know the commercial arrangement was underwritten, so therefore there's no culpability. But the very fact that a commercial arrangement had to be put in place that was effectively paid for by RTE is an acceptance that money was being funneled to an individual. Now, surely to God somebody had to say, why is that being done? Why are we doing a commercial arrangement? Why are we doing anything other than paying the individual? Did a great deal. A lot of your statement yesterday sets out very clearly why you thought you had to pay the person. It's legal, contract, yeah. And then the side deal, the tripartite agreement. Surely to God it was clear that that was an exercise in funneling money to the individual, ultimately allowing for a concealment. Why else would you do it? Why would you deviate to another methodology?
Yeah, so just to explain that, so when the Taoiseach mentions events, so specifically what the statement said was what was published. So what was it that impacted what was published? What that was, as I said before, the guarantee was a commercial decision which came with risk, but it meant when that risk was activated, it then impacted the figures that were published. So in terms of your follow-on question, which is around events, there's no one is sitting here and saying that any of this is good practice. Let me be absolutely clear about that. So,
just can I ask you, why do you think, and just reflect on it now from this vantage point, why do you think the commercial arrangement had to be put in place? What did you think was going on at the time?
Yeah, so when I saw this in early January, when I was copying that email, my understanding at that point was that there were commercial partners who were interested in activating something with Ryan Tubridy. And my assumption was that unless there was an agreement in place, he would not be paid.
Did you not think that it was an effort to conceal? Did it not occur to anybody? Why would you be going down a particular pathway with one individual?
So I think that these were going to be, my understanding of it was, what I saw was 3 events, that they were going to be public events. So there was going to be no concealing anything. What happened?
But for what purpose? This wasn't Reynolds coming, or this wasn't somebody coming, we'd like to latch on to this star for our benefit and we'll talk to you about it. This was RTE actively looking for something that they were going to pay for.
Yeah.
Like, not alone were you paying the company the money to pass it, to funnel it to Mr. Tubridy, you were also funding the organisation of the event. Now, surely to God, somebody would say, there's no benefit in that to RTE. Zero, absolutely no benefit. So why are we doing it?
Yeah.
Did that not occur to you? Or to anyone? And obviously to the head of content as well. Surely there had to be questions there.
Yeah, so
I have some sympathy for Miss O'Leary because, quite frankly, I think she was asked to do something. She was asked to go hunting for somebody. Would you be prepared to participate with us? I'd like to hear from Reynolds, because it seems to me, and this has been sort of part of the content of what's coming back, that, well, they decided not to continue with it the following year, and we were left on the hook, and we never expected to be, and that's why we underwrote it, and that's yada yada.
Yeah.
Sorry,
the whole thing was concocted. This was a straw hut that was built to funnel money to an individual that you can only conclude at best was about concealment. And until somebody comes out and addresses the kernel of this, which is what or why was this put together in the first instance, and how can it not be construed as concealment? Legal, but concealed based on the way you put your reporting together. Like, in going through your statement yesterday, you make it clear that when it comes to putting the top 10 list together, there's checks and balances in there. But the Director of Content sits on that. I don't know who else sits on it, but others do in concert with, or consultation with the DG. Like, they had to know there was a side deal, the tripartite deal. I didn't appear.
So in terms of that, Deputy, just to answer that question, I've no doubt that there was a negotiation going on in the autumn of 2019. The negotiation was obviously not going that well or whatever, and then there was this idea, just let me finish, this obviously was generated, that there would be some brand extensions and there would be events. My understanding, when I saw it in January, was that these would be events that would be paid for by a sponsor. So it would be a legitimate agreement, and we all know it's a lawful agreement, but, if you activate them, Ryan Tubridy will be paid. So the idea of that commercial agreement was not about concealing payments to Ryan Tubridy. Concealed payments only occurred when the guarantee was activated.
But the first iteration of it activated a payment from RTE, because at least my reading of it is that it was cost neutral.
Just to clarify on that, in terms of, as I said before, the cost neutrality or the operationalisation of this, I knew nothing about. So I didn't know that.
Okay, I'll move on very quickly. You said that the contract was concluded with Mr. Tubridy in May, that he now has a new contract and it's suspended. I think you said somebody said he was in contract or out of contract. Can you just clarify? He's still being paid anyway, so can you just clarify what the situation is?
Yeah, so his contract for television and radio services ended on May the 31st. A new radio contract was under negotiation. That has now been suspended.
Okay.
Yeah.
And just very briefly to Ms. Neil, you were with the Minister some day last week. Would you have shared with the Minister at that stage that you had sought the resignation of the DG?
Sorry, do you mean last Saturday? Is that what?
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
No.
That's okay.
Thank you. Moving on, Senator Eugene Murphy.
And again, I want to welcome you all here. We're all disappointed, but at least we live in a country where people are asked to come in. 70 of you come in, you faced us, we have a job to do, and you understand that. And I can see right around this room, whether it's on this side or that side, there's very disappointed faces. I think a lot of the public had great faith in RTE, and we live in very challenging times media-wise, and I came from Shannon Northern Sound, and so many of my colleagues have moved on to RTE, an extraordinary amount from that station. I also did work many years ago for TJ Carr for a programme. Now, I wasn't paid extraordinary money. I was paid about €200 a month for the work I did. But that's beside the point. You have said here that you did not inform the Minister that you'd asked the DG to step down. Is that correct?
She was informed of the disciplinary procedure, that there was a disciplinary procedure.
But she wasn't told directly, the Minister was not told directly that you'd asked Dee Forbes to step down?
No.
Okay. And just again to correct something that was said there, and I'm not making a big issue of it, but in relation to the management, the agent, I think it's NK, you said 4 or 5, but if you look actually at the website, I estimate there's 20 people from RTE on the books there. I just think maybe you should know that. It's a big amount of people, but I'm not making a big issue of it. Can I move on to the former Minister of Communications, Dermot Ahern, was Minister in 2002. He and the then Taoiseach met with Mr. Bob Collins and Cathal Gowan, who was Managing Director of television at the time. And obviously the purpose of that meeting was to discuss the debt of 20 million, and they were seeking a significant increase in the licence fee, which, by the way, the government did grant quite a lot of it, and it was very unpopular. But I'm reading directly from an article that Mr. Ahern wrote in a paper a national daily paper last Monday, the Irish Mail. And he states, as a result of that meeting, it was agreed in principle that in exchange for a major restructuring of how RTE did its business from a financial, governance and operational point of view, the government would consider a substantial increase in the licence fee, which was €107 at the time. Over the subsequent months, officials in my department, aided by outside experts, conducted a forensic examination of an overall situation in RTE, particularly from a financial point of view. The results of this deep trawl threw up some astounding revelations. For instance, we learned RTE had actually been paying full salary to 11 employees, which it didn't realise was still on its payroll. And here's the killer line for RTE, despite them having left RTE years earlier. Also, the running of RTE at that time was described as chaotic by the Minister. Now, can you tell me today, or can you inform me, if you still have people on the payroll who are not in RTE?
I would be 100% sure we don't.
And how could this situation be there and not be noticed? I know we're going back to 2002, I accept that, and some of you weren't there. Do you not think that's extraordinary?
I really wouldn't know in 2002 what was happening.
Okay. As I said, the Minister described in the article the running of RTE at that time shambolic. And my point is, 21 years on, it is very disappointing to see the shambolic exercises that are going on. And that's why so many of us are disappointed. And RTE do some fabulous work. Just quickly before I finish, Chair, I presume there's a big difference between a contractor and an employee. Obviously, a contractor isn't guaranteed work for life with the station. Obviously, you don't give them pension rights. They obviously have sick leave. Would there be a big difference in the way contracts are drawn up compared to what employees would have?
So, as a result of Eversheds and scope, it's absolutely employment first.
Okay. Do you have a policy in relation to work outside RTE and payment for individuals who work in the station?
Yes, we do.
What is that policy?
So they would have to report any additional work they were doing outside of their normal job to their line manager.
Okay. I want to also refer, are there any other benefits? Somebody mentioned cars earlier on, that some people may be getting cars. I mean, are there any other benefits, any other arrangements in place that you know of? And again, I think at this stage, it would be better for everybody in the eyes of the public if we're all transparent. People are very forgiving if the truth is told. I find that in my own political life. Some people criticise me sometimes for saying out what I think, but people like you to say it as it is. So I'm asking you now, straight out, there are 70 of you there, are you aware of any more deals, such as car arrangements or whatever, for people within RTE that they may be benefiting of benefits like that?
I'm aware of a number of presenters who have arrangements with cars where they are ambassadors for those cars, and therefore I'm assuming it doesn't come through RTE. As I say, it comes through their agent or directly with them. But I do know that certain people on air do have cars and are ambassadors for car brands. That I can tell you.
You had a fantastic product in the toy show, and the country as a whole, and people outside the country thought it was fantastic. This year, it was decided to run the toy show musical, which some of the people in the arts didn't think it was fair, because obviously they were all putting on their shows. Now, I recall at the time that I think that particular show was a fiasco. And I remember RTE were advertising it morning, noon, night to get rid of the tickets. Whose decision was it to run such a show?
It came through the executive board. It came through. I was responsible for the project in one sense. It was signed off by the board, signed off by the Audit and Risk Committee. It wasn't successful. It was a creative project that wasn't successful commercially, I should say. It was a very good show. We're not doing it this year. We're reviewing how we might bring it back in the future, but that's where it's at the moment.
Was there much money lost on the whole process?
But it depends on how long you look over a period of time. We haven't made a decision on what we're going to do. There's a lot of value in it. There's a story, there's songs, there's and there's a set. So it just depends over what period of time you're talking about. So,
would you consider publishing the list of names of people who have cars from RTE, just to get in the interest of transparency? People might have no issue with this at all, but tell the people straight out. Tell the people who pay the licenses.
Particularly if they're ambassadors. Generally, ambassadors are known to be ambassadors. So I think that would be important.
That's how I know, just through seeing it.
Can I just say, Chair, I really appreciate that, and I had more questions, but I do know you're trying to get finished up.
Thank you. Can I just interject for 1 second? Could the executive furnish this committee with the figures on the toy show musical?
Well, look, they're commercially sensitive. There's a whole series that we're...
I'm sorry, Mr. Colby. I don't think that really stacks up at this moment in time.
Well, let's revert back to, we can go back to in time.
There should be no difficulty at furnishing the Oireachtas Committee with the figures of what it cost RTE to run that show.
Okay, we consider it and come back to it, yeah.
Okay. I hope, Mr. Lynchman, perhaps you are taking a note, because there's been a lot of requests from various members of the committee that we've gone through, and if not, I'm sure the clerk will assist you in terms of furnishing the details. But I think that's critically important. I think it's been very much in the public discourse and domain about the toy show musical, and I think there are questions to be answered there, so perhaps you can give us the information on it. I now come to Deputy Richard Boyd Barrett. The floor is yours, and you have 3 minutes or so. I'm not doing very well with these extras.
4 hours waiting, yeah, and I get 3 minutes. Look, first of all, I think there's a lot at stake, because to me, public service broadcasting is critical. I don't want to see a world where Rupert Murdoch, Elon Musk and for-profit companies are the only people who can provide us with news or broadcasting. But what's happened here has seriously put the credibility of public service broadcasting at risk. So we have to protect public service broadcasting, and people are furious. The public, who can go to jail if they don't pay their TV licence, the vast majority of the workforce, who, as Adrian and others have said, are paid fractions of the figures we're talking for the top presenters, and who were forced to accept very tough sacrifices, pay cuts, pay freezes, bogus self-employment. I heard some shocking stories about money not having remote controls in the TV room, about people using ironing boards at home for a desk when they were working from home, because the money wasn't available for a desk. And then we have this, right? So it is pretty shocking stuff. So the first question I want to ask is, if I understand what you've said correctly, when it was decided that everybody was taking a 15% cut, and all these cuts were imposed, there's only one person, represented by Noel Kelly, who says, or am I understanding this right, I'm not taking 15%. Is that, because I'm trying to understand how this exception, if that's what we're hearing, even came into play when everybody else was told you have to take 15% and it apparently did. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, I wasn't involved in the negotiations in the autumn period, but there certainly seems to be significant pushback, so yeah.
Okay, so one presenter or their agent wasn't willing to take the pain. And then, because, isn't it, I mean, you've described it as a failure of corporate governance, and it most certainly is that. But wouldn't any reasonable person looking on saying it's a bit more than that? Because this looks like, and I'm trying to be fair, but it really looks like orchestrated, organised deceit and concealment by somebody. I mean, that's what it looks like, because when everybody else is taking cuts, the people who orchestrated this and decided to call it consultancy in the books for, if I understand your point, because confidentiality was important, that's deliberate concealment. That is a plot, for want of a better word, to conceal this from the public, from the Oireachtas, and from the staff in RTE, because the people who concocted this would have known there would have been murder, and, if I understand it correctly, that it couldn't even have got past legal. That legal, if I'm understanding this, if legal had known that this deal had been concocted, it would have said, no way. I mean, is that a correct characterisation of what we're dealing with?
Yeah, in terms of the payments and the invoices, I don't want to attribute motivation, but I think if you look at the events as outlined in the document, you can see that obviously, now, it was a lawful agreement that was entered into. What happened afterwards meant that the payments were not going to be declared in the way they should have been.
And you could draw no other inference from that than that was being done deliberately. Because if it hadn't been done deliberately, there would have been uproar, and indeed, legal would have challenged that.
Yeah, what should have happened when the sponsorship deal fell through is that any additional monies which were lawfully agreed between the Director General and NK Management should have been paid to and declared.
And just one, and this is kind of a bit more of a forensic detail, and I think you've answered, but I just want to get it absolutely clear in my head. Renault were never going to pay anything, were they? Even without the invoking of the guarantee, RTE were always going to pay. Isn't that correct? I mean, so I just want to understand that bit of it.
I guess as the person who's responsible for that relationship, the deal was constructed without any consultation with either me or the client. So I was advised that this element had been included in the deal, and I went to speak to Renault. I think it's been said a couple of times about that they didn't renew it. I only ever spoke to Renault about year one, which was 2020. I never went back to them in 2021 or 2022. So the conversation with Renault was related to events in 2020, which because of COVID didn't happen until 2022. But Renault were not consulted when the deal was being put together for Ryan Tubridy. I went to Renault after the deal had been done.
Yeah, but what I mean is the public were always going to pay. There was never any question, because it had to be cost neutral. There was never any question that anybody other than the public were going to pay for this, for the secret payments to Ryan Tubridy, isn't that?
Well, the phrase cost neutral was said to me, Deputy, by the client who was coming to the end of year two of a 3-year contract. And he said to me, you know, I'd be more than happy to do events with the presenter, but it will have to be cost neutral to Renault. That's what he said.
Right. So in other words, our RTE, i.e. the public, were always going to pay. So that's whatever about who knew, but some people who concocted this deal knew that the public were always going to pay, but they were going to conceal the fact. And I think, I mean, you know, there's been some questioning about, is it only the Director General and maybe the former CFO that knew, okay, and people are saying, is that credible, that nobody here knew? And that's a very reasonable question. And your answer seems to be, well, we were following orders and we were in silos, right? And but we didn't really understand what was going on, which is not great. It doesn't reflect very well on the functioning of the executive. But if we accept what you've said, then we have to find out from the people who concocted this deal what their motivation was. The public are owed that because what we're being told here today is that the people here were not in on the concoction of this deal. So do you think the public have a right to know who concocted this deal and why they sought to conceal it?
So in terms, again, I can't attribute kind of intentionality or whatever to it, but I would say in terms of cost neutrality, that absolutely the moment this was cost neutral, RTE were paying Ryan Tubridy. Yeah. That's what I have seen, so, yeah.
And my time is short. Listen, last question, I just want to hear this. The talent. I don't like that expression, okay? The talent. Who are the talent in this use of the term? Because, you see, like one of the backdrops to this is there are people, crew members, camera people, people who make stages, admin people, journalists who are on a fraction of the wages of the top people, who are, if I understand the use of this term correctly, are somehow defined as not the talent. So there's the vast, vast majority of the 1,800 workers who benefited in no way, were deceived, who are not talent apparently, and then there's people who deserve to get 8, 9 and 10 times what they get. So, I mean, do you agree there's a problem with those sort of formulations of the talent, and even that there's a problem with these independent contractors, full stop? That because, you know, you have staff people where they're paid, it's all transparent, and then you have these independent contractors who are supposedly the talent negotiating deals for multiples of what everybody else is earning. And is that level of inequality in the payment of people who work in reality for RTE, is it acceptable? Does it not have to end? And is it in and of itself not corrosive of the cohesion and the integrity of RTE?
Yeah, I completely agree with you around your point around talent, not talent. RTE is dependent on the 1,800 people who go in there every single day and do an incredibly good job because they really believe in public service media. And to your earlier point, in a way, in terms of that trust with the public, and to one of the deputy's points earlier, you know, how, you know, we will be held to account by RTE as the executive board in terms of the quality of journalism that will be applied anywhere else, which is so important. I think the word top talent is a terrible word anyway, so I would agree with you.
Well, thanks. And I would just say for the record, we think, and I think a lot of the staff think, that caps on this so-called top talent need to be introduced, because it's just not fair on the people.
Thank you. I'm going to bring in, thank you, Deputy Cathal Crowe, the floor is yours. You have 3 minutes.
Thanks, Chairperson. I thought I was going to be the final speaker, but happy to get an opportunity. Thank you well done for how you've hosted and how the committee clerks have I suppose, organised all of this at short notice. I think it would have been helpful to have had Reno here and Ryan Tubridy. I think it could have helped to paint a more fulsome picture. A few questions I have, quite a number, and I'm going to go nice and quick with them. I don't have many statements to make, but more questions to ask, and I hope you can answer them as well. First of all, I'd like to know, where is Ryan Tubridy? Of course, he's not here, but many of your former RTE colleagues have gone into kind of media consultancy, and some of us have been to them, and we've been told how to best manage ourselves as politicians if a crisis is unfolding. The one thing we've always been told is don't go into hiding, come out front-footed, explain yourself. We'd just like to know, where is Ryan. I know he's given some commentary to the media, but you've told us that for editorial reasons he's not on air. Who has made that editorial decision? Is it the production team of his radio show, or is it your good selves?
So as the kind of Deputy Director General, I have.
So you have made the editorial decision. Is this the first time you've made an editorial decision in your role?
No, well, so my background is editorial.
Yes.
But ultimately this is my decision because I'm the acting editor-in-chief at the moment.
Okay, so there's a bit of a chasm on air at the moment because in most Irish households, Ryan is the messiah, not the pariah. And what has to happen for him to go back on air? What will make you change your editorial decision? Because people are wondering, where is he and when will we hear his voice in the airwaves?
Yeah, at the moment it's not tenable for him to be on air for editorial reasons.
And what is the editorial reason? Could you explain that? Could you headline it for us?
Yeah, the editorial reason is we wouldn't give our platform or airwaves to anyone who is either a public figure or a person who is involved in a controversy, and that just wouldn't happen. Unless he was going on.
Are you saying that he has done something wrong?
Ryan Tubridy entered a lawful contract with RTE, and actually, this is, and I know I've spoken about the corporate governance issue, this is not an editorial issue. This is a significant failure in terms of controls.
Okay. Yeah. Could I next ask, there are two opposing briefs out there today. One is that he's saying he's still in a contract. He has ceased his television work, but the radio work continues. And RTE, I think today, and I've been listening to you for the last few hours, is that you're now in a state of negotiating something that's very much in a state of flux. What is the truth? Because those two briefs are very opposing here this afternoon.
Yeah, so the truth is that his contract for radio and television services ended on May the 31st. We have sent out an adjustment to the agent, recognising the fact that he is no longer doing television.
Okay. Can I next ask, the Remuneration Committee is an entity, I don't know if others have heard of it, I certainly hadn't until this afternoon. Who are they? And did they not have any, if they have a rubber stamping role in terms of Patrick Keelty's contract, did they have any rubber stamping role in terms of the 75-euro top-up?
Well, I actually take that because Siún hasn't been the chair that long. The new Remuneration Committee is me and the DG and the chair. And the previous one... And Conor Murphy, sorry. And the previous was just the last chair, the previous DG and I, and we never discussed talent in it at all. We met on very few occasions, and it was always just to discuss the remuneration for the executives.
Did your Remuneration Committee, do you only meet for the big guns? The top talent, a term I agree with Deputy Boy Barrett, a term that I think is very insulting. It implies untalented people exist in the organisation, which is rather unfair. Do you only meet to examine the remuneration of the top guns, the top talent, or would you have met in 2019, for example, when the Limerick FM staff were out in the street in Limerick, their jobs on the line, the place about to close, there is no money for the station? Would you have met in that period, or do you just focus on the top talent?
We didn't focus on the top talent at all. Like I just said, the Remuneration Committee only ever discussed executive pay and nothing else. All the negotiation of the top talent was done with the executive team alone, and it never was brought to the Remuneration Committee.
I want to wish Patrick Keelty well. He's stepping into a massive role. It's more than presenting a show. There's a certain leadership quality to this. It's the face of RTE. How early on was he made aware that not only are you going to be in the spotlight on Friday nights, but there's a big banana skin there as well? How early was he told of that?
As soon as we were aware as an exec board, he was informed it was coming.
Okay. It's an unusual work environment. There's a lot of people on, contracts and sketchy enough contracts that it wouldn't be that nice to be on. And there's other people then who are contractors and they're paid handsome fees. Are there any performance-linked bonus payments within the organisation? And would Dee Forbes or any of the executive have been receipt of those in recent years?
The executive doesn't get bonuses.
Okay. I also want to ask, the Deloitte, I've been audited as an elected member. They select, I think, is it 15 elected members every year randomly, get selected, we get audited. An audit, as I understand it, I'm not an accountant, it relates to a single financial transacting year. So the Deloitte audit is very much focused on, year beginning to year end. Has anyone said, maybe we now need as an organisation to go back a little bit historically and look at, has anything like this happened in the last 2, 3, 4, 5 years? Are you prepared to do that? Richard?
Can I say that the published, as I said, the published accounts were correct in what they have recorded as what was paid to Mr. Tubridy, and Deloitte audits the published accounts, and so therefore, what we're talking about here in relation to this fiasco is that the figures that were released in terms of the 10 top paid individuals in RTE is where the understatements are.
Okay. That's fine, very well explained, but it's a snapshot in time. I think the people who are going to be facing their licence renewals very soon, the people who are concerned about all of this debacle are probably wondering, is this a cultural thing? Has it happened in other years? So I do think at the next time you're before a committee, I'd like you to have done a more historical analysis. I think the delighting is a snapshot. It's one trading year. It's one financial year.
Well, to go right back to 2008 and examine the executive or the top talent pay.
I just have two final quick questions. Final. Yeah, okay. Well, if it's the final, I've one big one to ask at the end. Last December, our national media, and they're great, some of them are here, and we rely on all of them for accuracy. They reported that RTE were set to pay €1.74 million to their employees vis-a-vis gift vouchers. This was an admirable, and I congratulate you, measure to mitigate against the huge cost of living pressures your workers and their families are facing. A lot of companies did something similar. But it does beg the question now, given that we're only discovering in the last week you have this account that can reward top talent, were any of those vouchers, some of them €1,000, they were pretty large vouchers. Was that a catch-all pick-up to all of your employees, to all of your contractors, or did you look at those who were lowest paid? I would like to think as someone who pays licence, and I would like to think as someone who's representing the public, that public purse money was spent at the right level, and I would like to know, were some of your top stars getting that? Was it a backhand way of getting top-up payments to certain people?
So, no, it was part of an overall pay deal, and every employee got it.
And I just want to conclude by thanking you, and you might just tell me at the end, Kieran Maloney, for me in the last few days, and I don't know if it's fair to name, but his Twitter feed, he was an outstanding representative, but I think he speaks for so many of your current and former employees, an outstanding figurehead of RTE. What would you say to the likes of him and so many more who have had the courage to speak out in recent days?
Yeah, to someone like Kieran or whatever, as I said earlier in the day.
He didn't, this is me asking, I was not asked to put that question.
Oh, it's an unreserved apology.
And the Lyric FM staff, sorry, it's a very regionalised issue, Chairperson, but the Lyric FM staff faced down management just 4 years ago and they were told there's no money. Sorry, we have to shut this down. And I think you probably need separately to this debacle to correspond with them and say, in the fullness of time, we do owe you an apology also, and there is plenty of money in this organisation. I think that's become clear as well. Thank you for your time here today.
Okay, and I am near the end. I'm going to invite Deputy O'Murku in for 3 minutes, and then Deputy McGrath has indicated he wants one final question, and then we'll wrap up.
Apologies, I had to speak in the Dáil and I've suddenly discovered I'm not as fit as I thought I was as I tried to run over and back. Okay, look, an awful lot has been dealt with or not dealt with. Right, I suppose if we get down to the contract, and look, there's huge disappointment out there, and the sense you get is the only place that you're getting more disappointment than in the public is among those people that are putting in hard hours and have put in hard hours, days and years in RTE, and feel that they have been lied to and treated utterly disrespectfully. So, like, in fairness, I'm taking what you said there, Adrian, as it's an apology across the board. And systemic failure, right? Because look, in relation to the contract, I am correct in thinking it was a commercial arrangement that was entered upon when negotiations weren't going well, when attempts were made to reduce the monies, because everyone else was operating on the basis they had to take a 15%. Correct? Yes, that's it. Right. Eventually we will get to an answer, but I don't think there's anyone out there in the wider world that doesn't believe the only reason for this was to conceal it in relation to the figures that are actually displayed to the public. right? So that said, at this point in time, and apologies if I have missed anything, at this point in time, you're saying Ryan Tubridy's contract is what way exactly?
So Ryan Tubridy's television and radio contract ended on May the 31st. Yes. So negotiations were ongoing. So for radio only, they have now been suspended.
Yeah, and look, there's obviously a fair bit of commentary in relation to it. There's a slight dispute in relation to this, and I'm just going to read this out rather than me paraphrasing it. However, a source close to Mr Tubridy told the Irish Independent he does not believe that his contract is terminated and plans to contest that assertion by the national broadcaster. We reject the suggestion that the contract is terminated. The precedent is when contracts change like this, and when one element, be it TV or radio, goes, that the contract is amended to reflect the change, but it is not terminated. We will be making that very clear to RD. We believe, to RTE. We believe it's black and white. The source added. So, I imagine this will go to lawyers and whatever else. Absolutely. But you're still saying categorically at this point that there is no contract.
No, what I was saying was his radio and television contract went until the end of May. Then it was radio only, and negotiations around that for the moment have been suspended. But Ryan Tubridy is getting paid the radio portion of his contract.
That's it. So, and it would be fair to say his contract isn't terminated at this point in time.
No, he is still being paid by RTE.
No. I get that, but the way it was said is to a degree that, you know, obviously things were put in mothball, that the previous contract was terminated, and then that a new contract was only being negotiated. But it's obviously maybe it's a certain element of just things haven't been made clear enough. But my understanding is he is still at this present time in contract.
Yeah, that might be to do with the 20 to 25 contract. There was an early termination letter, I believe, included as part of the contract. So while the contract was signed in July, it was actually dated April. It was just part of that arrangement.
Right.
I believe, yeah. But that doesn't refer to Ryan Tubridy now, to be clear, yeah.
Okay, and look, I suppose the fact is, I don't need to add commentary in relation to the fact we'd be a lot better if certain players were here, particularly Dee Forbes. I don't think anyone's particularly happy in the sense of how a situation arose where she's not here, and I accept that she's under no compunction, but you know, she should do what's necessary and come before us here so we could at least have everything in the public domain. And it's a particularly, as I say, to use your own term, systemic failure when whether it's one person, two people, or a very small amount of people can put something together, can create this sort of financial vehicle and then literally concealed from everyone else. And the bit that I don't understand, because forget the rights and wrongs of it, like in this day and age, it's the public broadcaster, it's RTE. There's always an element of oversight. Like this was always going to happen someday. You know, outside of how annoyed people are and everything, this is complete madness because we were always going to end up in this place. And really, like we all know the importance of RTE and the public broadcaster and public broadcasting in general. But there's a serious job that needs to be done by yourselves and others from a point of view of ensuring we maintain a public broadcaster that people have an adequate amount of support in and confidence in, and we are nowhere near there at the minute.
I have two concluding questions, comments, observations that will be so short because I appreciate everybody's been here since 1:30 and some intensely over and back with their questions and answers. Deputy McGrath, you have one last question.
Well, good, and I apologise, I had to go in to speak in the chamber twice. And this question may have been asked, I don't know, when I was absent. How can the board of RTE justify several of their own staff on 0-hour contracts while allowing the top salaries of several hundred thousand, not to mention the top-ups that we're discussing here today? And how can they justify that? And there's an obvious lack of faith in the board. And will you do something to placate all your junior staff and especially the ones that are on zero-hour contracts. And just as a follow-up then, Adrian Lynch, you just told the committee, maybe this is answered, in response to Senator Byrne's question, that Noel Kelly might have 5 clients working RTE, working for RTE, at RTE. Noel Kelly's website today shows at least a dozen well-known RTE faces. Can you please let's have the true number, how many people Noel Kelly is negotiating pay deals for?
Yeah, just on.
Kind of touched on that, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in Deputy McNamara to ask his question as well, and then let them sum up in responding to both. Is that okay? Yeah. Deputy McNamara?
Yeah, if I can ask directly, Mr. Lynch, you said it would be untenable to have Ryan Tubridy on air in the circumstances. Yeah. You spoke repeatedly about a breach of corporate governance. You used that word countless times. I mean, ultimately, it's the board's responsibility to ensure that corporate governance is adhered to. In those circumstances, is the board's position tenable?
Thank you. So I think is maybe Deputy McGrath, who would you like to answer your question?
Mr. Lynch or one of them.
Okay.
The other one is
Mr. Lynch for both, maybe.
So just in terms of that, Deputy McGrath, the reason I said 4 or 5 was I thought you were talking about the top 10. So the reason I said 4 or 5 when asked earlier was because I thought you were talking about the top 10 earners.
Well, I haven't looked at those on the website to the chair, but I don't know whether the top 10 or top 20, so that's not an answer really. And the zero-hour contracts, how do you stand over that? Are you going to continue? That was a question I asked as well.
In terms of it's employment first in RTE.
Right.
It's employment first. We've just been through a process to ensure that you're an employee or nothing. Yeah. In terms of 0 hours contracts, everybody is on an employment contract.
Have you developed a policy so that will...
With the same terms and conditions.
I have, yeah, for everybody. Categorically.
Yes.
And Deputy McNamara's question, I think it's intended for you, Mr. Lynch, as well.
Yeah. In terms of that, I mean, sorry, Rory.
To me?
No. Well, I mean, maybe Mr. Lynch, I mean, you answered the board, but if you want to answer the question first, go ahead.
Yeah, look, there's been an event here which is significant, and what I would say to it is, there has been a significant breach of corporate governance. And I think, within that, we need to each individually account for ourselves in terms of that. And so in terms of my own knowledge of this, I've been quite clear that I didn't know about the guarantee. I did not know about the...
No, I mean, I know you didn't, and the board didn't either individually, but collectively they're responsible for corporate governance. They're not there to run RTE, they're there to be responsible, to make sure they can stand over it. You can't, that's why you're here. Agreed. Do you have any doubt that your position is tenable, Ms. O'Reilly? On behalf of the board, now not your own personal position, but on behalf of the board, do you think the board's position is tenable?
So I would say that when this came to light, when the board learnt of the discrepancy, we immediately took action, and that took the form of getting Grant Thornton in to do the report that we published in full yesterday, and that was then immediately put before the main board, and out of that came the actions, and that all happened once the report was issued by Grant Thornton. By Thursday, which was on a Friday, by the following Thursday, we had the statement out.
So you think the board's position is tenable?
I think we acted with the information that we had. We acted immediately. We understood the seriousness of it, and we took the steps, and we can stand over the process that we undertook in order to do that. And I think yes, that's our job, and we fulfilled our job. We brought this to light. And within that, we see that even in our own process as the board, as opposed to the executive board, that, there are areas where we can tighten up on as well. But I think that this has shook everybody. I'm actually proud of what we did in terms of bringing it to light. I think it's raised a lot of questions, and as I said earlier, this is worth, public service broadcasting in a democracy we have to have. We have to get this right. We have to bring trust back to RTE, and that's our job as well as a board. And in order to do that, we have to make a lot of changes over the next while.
Yeah, thanks.
And that's what we have to do.
You've been a long time in Gethsemane, and you've the Public Accounts Committee tomorrow. Best of luck. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so that concludes our questions. Can I just acknowledge the presence of Seamus Dooley representing the NUJ, who's here for most of our debates and has been into this committee on many, many occasions. Can I conclude by giving the final word to Robert? Because I sense, and I saw Emma O'Kelly here earlier on in the audience too, and I've listened very, very carefully, and I hear hurt and pain, apart from the annoyance and real disappointment on behalf of the staff. And you're probably the only staff member, am I right in saying, not the only staff member, but you're representing the staff on the board here today. Could I ask you to just give us your parting thoughts on where the staff are at right now in all of this debacle?
Well, I think that where the staff are at, as you mentioned there's an awful lot of frustrations, an awful lot of anger on behalf of staff. But there's also an expectation that this mess gets sorted out. And the sorting out of the mess is a painful process, as we've seen here today. There are more questions to be asked. There's more information to be uncovered. We as a board are in the process of doing that. And I would ask for the members here today to give us their support in doing that. And it's our full intention of a board that we will see this through for staff, for the public, and for the Oireachtas.
I think that's a really good way to conclude, Robert. And I think you know from hearing my colleagues around the chamber today that every one of us do support and want to see RTE in very good stead into the future, because we know how important our public broadcaster is to the democracy, which is much bigger than RTE or any of us in this room. And we know that RTE is key to all of that. So can I just ask you to relay to the staff our thoughts and more than that, importantly, our actions. We intend to act very much on what has been I suppose, deciphered here today. I am appealing to the executive. There's been a lot of unanswered questions. There's been a lot of additional information has been asked from various members around the chamber and around the committee room. And I know that the clerk has been frantically and furiously taking notes here on what has been asked of you as additional information. I would ask that there would be no more concealment of information, that is giving fully, freely and as quickly as possible to the committee, that we can continue with our deliberations. I'm also very mindful of the fact there's a few key people who have been mentioned and discussed, not in a defamatory way, I would hope, and I hope everybody feels that we're fairly treated here today, but I think it would be, and I will be discussing it with my colleagues who've obviously had to go to other various meetings. We will be having a follow-up private meeting. I will be recommending that the committee would also invite in NK management, because I think they're key to all of this, that we would invite in Ryan Tubridy to all this, and that invitation still stands to Jim Jennings. And can I ask that you reiterate the point that this committee stands ready to meet with him whenever he is in a position to do that, and we will continue to extend our invitation, I think, to Dee Forbes if she feels when she is fit to come in. There's a lot of work to be done by this committee. I think we can help in facilitating what RTE needs to do here, and we'll continue to do that, but we need your forthrightness, we need the accountability, and we need the transparency to be able to do our work. Okay, so on that I will conclude, just to say that that concludes the business of the Joint Committee. We are going to adjourn CNDA, and we will be meeting in private following the Public Accounts Committee, which we will all be listening to very attentively tomorrow, and from there we'll decide what the next steps are. Okay? Thank you.